Camila and Carlos here, but most of the organizations that did the research couldn't be here. But we wanted them to be part of this anyway, so we have prepared a small video with them talking about the work they did. So maybe we can do this and wait for more people to come. Thank you. Can we show the video?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to participate in this session via video, and a shame that I cannot join you in person in Japan. My name is Daniel Espinacelis. I'm a researcher at the Center for the Study of Law, Justice and Society, De Justicia. De Justicia is a think and do tank based in Bogota, Colombia, that works to strengthen the rule of law and promote human rights in the global south, with a particular emphasis in Latin America. I would like to share with you some of the key findings of a research that I did last year. This research was recently published by the Derechos Digitales and can be found on their website under the title Internet Access of Indigenous Peoples in the Colombian Amazon. I am particularly interested in how indigenous communities interact with the internet, what devices they use, what platforms they use, and if having internet access impacts on their indigenous identity. Two of the main findings. First, indigenous peoples are very interested in having internet access. They see internet as a way to fulfill some of their human rights and as a way to access services that currently they don't have access to. For instance, healthcare. Accessing healthcare is very difficult in the Colombian Amazon because the nearest hospital might be at 4, 5, or 6 hours away. Granting internet access would allow them to connect with a doctor online. They also think that internet access would promote the education and the way they participate in state issues. On the other hand, however, some of the indigenous leaders see in internet access a threat. They do not claim that the internet should not be promoted in the Amazon. However, they claim, on the other hand, that although internet access should be promoted, it should also be promoted some strategies to strengthen the indigenous identity, because having internet access might threaten their identity, as kids would be in contact with something that it's not theirs. Although they see the threat, they still consider that with adequate strengthening mechanisms, internet access would promote their rights. These recommendations, on the one hand, that they are interested in having internet access, and on the other, that to have them and not have a negative impact, their identity should be a strength, must be taken into account by policymakers in Colombia. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Olga Paredes from Fundación Internet Bolivia, a nonprofit organization that works to defend and promote human rights on the internet in Bolivia. Together with Wilmer Machaca and Eliana Quiroz, we developed a research in 4 locations in the Bolivian Amazon. During the completion of this work, we approached realities that surprised us. Despite of Bolivia being known as a country of mountains and highlands, most of the country's territory is part of the Amazon ecosystem. So to say, it is jungle. In this context, we are happy to share with you 3 main findings from our research that was done during post-COVID-19 pandemic, which represented a radical change in digitalization processes in the country. Our 3 findings are: first, social organizations in the Amazon have very active facing the state. For example, that negotiate access to services from the state, indigenous organizations cover the expenses of people from their communities to travel to government offices. Second finding, The implementation of the virtual education policy was not possible because the internet coverage was deficient and the equipment did not work or were not enough. The last finding is that the same agency that is exercised by the civil society for access to services has allowed them to develop positive visions around internet, solving their demands and needs. The research revealed that despite the gaps in internet access, which are a reflection of other inequalities, the different communities have identified on the internet a space to guarantee their rights, build economic relationships, self-expression, and identity construction. Initiatives such as the dissemination of local language, establishment of decision-making and organization groups, as well as defense against disaster and dangers are some examples of the construction of other communication processes and a more horizontal dialogue alternative towards the world from the local vision. Finally, we invite you to learn more about our research that highlights the diversity of the region and the post-COVID reflection. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, how are you doing? I had loved to be there in person, but I could not do it so far. So I hope this video can help you. My name is Dagmar Til with Fundamedios, an Ecuadorian civil society organization that promotes freedom of expression and access to information. Fundamedios researched internet access in Pastaza, the largest Amazon province of Ecuador and home of 7 ethnic groups. We studied internet access of 3 indigenous nationalities, the Quichuas, the Shuar, and the Guaranis, which are the most numerous in that province. We selected 2 populations with different access roads, which of course determine the extension of electricity and the internet services. Despite the province of Pastaza being the largest in Ecuador, it is one of the regions with the least infrastructure for internet. 41% of those survive only have access to satellite internet, as they live in towns that do not have permanent electricity. 40% access the internet via cable and 10% have mobile connections. Private initiatives with high prices are for some the only way to connect. Although people access services sporadically, they pay prices that are equivalent to 17% of the national base salary. On the other hand, there is a strong community sense by sharing internet services among friends and family. In many places, teachers or medical staff provide the services to the community, paying from their personal budget. During the pandemic, when schools shut down, the disparity in access to internet was more evident, and students in the Amazon jungle were left behind with no options to online education. Despite most of the people that participated in our study agreed that education is the best use of internet, reality shows that where there is access to connectivity, young people tend to use social media and, of course, for gaming. Therefore, many consulted adults are worried about the loss of identity among young indigenous people. There is concern about access to foreign content that leads to acculturation, since there is no content reflecting the values of their nationality. Teachers and community leaders agree that the influence of social media has an impact on their culture, which could lead to social problems. Many adults in Ecuador refer to internet as the vice. But of course, in such a large extension as the province of Pastaza, internet and social media are critical to connect families and to support communities, businesses, as well as organizing indigenous leaders and their demands. Finally, all agree that the need of state policies are really required for the progress of the Amazon region and access to internet services as human rights. That is all I can tell you about our research in Ecuador, and I wish you a wonderful conference. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, this is Paloma Lara Castro from Derechos Digitales. In this opportunity, I'm going to talk about a research that's called Latin America in a Glimpse, Amazonia, which focuses on internet access gaps in the Amazon region. This research was conducted in collaboration with the organizations Fundamedios from Ecuador, De Justicia from Colombia, IDEC from Brazil, and Fundación Internet Bolivia. These organizations investigated not only the gaps in access, but also the risks and the desires as perceived by the indigenous communities living in the territories. For its part, Derechos Digitales made a comparative report highlighting the common points of the four investigations, the need to generate public policies of connectivity from an holistic and situated perspective that involves the communities in every stage of the policy, and the value of exploring alternative models of internet access, such as, for example, community networks. Although there are particularities in each community, the research shows that it's possible to identify common problems, experiences, and desires relating to internet access in the communities. For example, the research shows that the social inequality that is experienced in the region is also reflected in the access of internet, which has a huge impact on the local population. This can be seen clearly in the access and exercise of human rights, such as access to health, education, public services, and freedom of expression, among others. The majority of the population is disconnected, and when they do manage to connect, they find that the connection is limited, it's expensive, and it's of low quality, with the added problem of the lack of digital literacy. The result is that these groups that have been historically excluded from the access of rights not only encounter the same barriers in the access of internet, but these inequalities are amplified with the interaction or lack of interaction of technology, which generates new forms of exclusion. Beyond certain differences, the communities express a common interest and need to access to the internet as a way to access human rights and also as a way to foster community development. From the conclusions of the reports, it can be seen clearly that technology can be an important ally for the communities. But in order for this to be possible, it is key to advance in public policies from an intercultural perspective that have the objective to achieve technological autonomy as part of the internationally recognized right to self-determination of indigenous communities. In that sense, from a significant access perspective, it's important not only to provide connectivity, but also to generate an environment that allows for indigenous communities to make full use of ICTs in order to promote their worldviews and expand their capabilities.
Well, thank you so much. Again, thank you so much for you for coming to the session. We know that it's very early. We know we're for most of us we're really far from home. We're tired and jet lag, and the whole process of registering could be a little bit time consuming. So we're very grateful for you to be here. What you just saw was some pre-recorder intervention from some of the people who were in charge of the local research on this project called Latin America in a Glimpse Amazonia. But we're lucky enough to have Camila here from IDEC, who's going to tell us a little bit about the research in Brazil. So Camila Leide is a lawyer and specialist in digital rights in the Brazilian Institute of Consumer Protection, IDEC. She's a professor of digital rights and consumer law at IDP and a PhD candidate in competition law in the University of Sao Paulo, Bachelor of Law at the University of Sao Paulo and University of Lyon. Is that right? Go ahead, Camila. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vladimir, and also Carlos. Thank you for you that are here so early in the morning, and for those who are also online with us. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to talk about this research and about Brazil. And thank you also, Derechos Digitales, for this partnership that involves this project and also other projects. We admire you a lot. Let me put my time in here so I don't get lost. So I will talk a little about internet access in Brazil, focusing on Amazonia. And beyond talking about this research, I will also put some inputs related to internet access researches that we have in IDEC. We have a series of 7 researches that we have published related to school access, 5G, related to mobile, internet, broadband, and I will talk about some of the findings while I explain more about this research. But I will focus on this main research. But first of all, let us understand the Brazilian context of that. In Brazil, we have advanced a lot on internet access, but we still lack meaningful connectivity. Brazil is full of contradictions and ambiguities related to inequalities in general, and internet access is not different from that. We have inequalities related to economic inequalities, regional inequalities in different regions of Brazil. We are focusing on the North region today. Also in localities in terms of urban and rural areas, and also depending on companies' interests on these areas. Also, we have advanced on some policies related to telecommunications, but we still have some challenges related to the coordination of these public policies, which brings challenges related to how can we promote universalization of internet access. It's also important to highlight that in the last few years, regulation has been reduced by the previous government. So the goal to achieve universalization of internet access was really harmed by these policies. But with this government, meaningful connectivity is a priority, so we are hopeful to advance on that, and also hopeful to use a fund of universalization of internet access, prioritizing the regions that suffers the most, especially the North region. So I will focus on that. Let me talk a little about the research that Derechos Digitales conducted with us. So this research focused on a community called Nossa Senhora do Livramento, which is almost 30 kilometers far away from the capital of Amazonas. So it's far away from boat. It's not that distant, but it's by boat. So it's a place that lacks infrastructure in general. Let me contextualize, before talking about the research, let me contextualize about the North region in Brazil. The North region, the northern region, is the biggest one in Brazil. It's the poorest one too, and it occupies 40% of the Brazilian territory. It has 7 states, but faces lots of challenges and has lots of conflicts related to environmental and humanitarian reasons. The Amazonian community is very diverse and has a specific subjectivity. And outside people have this imaginarium that not understand the complexity and the difference that is present in there. But we didn't focus on the entire Amazonian community in Brazil, which couldn't be done. It's very diverse, but we focus on this specific community. This is a place that has approximately 300 people, and we conducted this research with 40 questions related to socioeconomic background, internet access, internet use, and its limits and possibilities. We interviewed 12 people of this community with a difference of gender, race, and ethnicity, and especially indigenous people from Baré, Miranha, Desana, Mura, and Mukushi, difference of age and also classes. And what did we find? First of all, some structural concerns, some structural issues is that this specific community is present in a place that face challenges related to climate change, so related to rains and also dry soil. Because of that reason, infrastructure is hard to advance. So because also of these natural problems, it's hard to have infrastructure in there. Beyond that, they face challenges related to electricity. So beyond not accessing internet, some people don't also have electricity in general. But what did we find? We find, as we expected, that the scenario is excluded. We have inequalities on internet access, high prices, low quality, and normally they use internet access in the mobile phone. So it's important to pause and also talk about the difference in Brazil of the mobile phone in relation to broadband. Broadband in Brazil is based on speed, and mobile internet is based on data franchise. What happens? If you have a low cost of data franchise, you cannot buy sufficient data franchise for the entire month. So what happens is that people don't have internet for the whole month. They don't have internet to explore the potentialities of internet. So I will highlight two things related to that. First of all, people are use internet mostly related to social media. So people are dependent on big techs. People are dependent on also exploration of, for example, privacy issues. Second thing, IDEC conducted a research that the poorer classes in Brazil have internet only for 21 days a month. So for a 1 week, at least, people don't have internet. They don't have internet to reach out for their family, to reach out for help, and they also don't have internet, for example, to access health system if they need. So this is a big challenge. Also related to which to using the cell phone instead of using a big screen um, apparatus. I forgot the word, sorry. Beyond that, internet is a new technology for lots of these people, so they still have to advance on internet literacy. It's important to focus on this because beyond infrastructure, they still have to learn how to develop the potentialities of internet beyond social media. They lack knowledge, unfortunately. And one thing that is very specific, and I would also love to talk about you about that, is that, and I'm talking not only about the research, but I'm also talking about the Brazilian context right now. People want to advance on internet access, but they are willing to advance in any way. One concern that we have right now in the Amazonian region is the dependency on Starlink, which is related to Elon Musk. And related to Starlink, we are concerned about digital sovereignty, about environmental issues related to satellites also, and how the government didn't make a full partnership. They made a partnership with Starlink, but it's not official. So it's a little sketchy how Starlink is advancing and how people can be dependent just on Starlink, and we could have a monopoly company in there. To end, about the findings of the research, 3 of these 12 people didn't use internet at all, and 7 of them just used mobile internet. So that's why I highlighted these issues. And 5 of them could afford broadband internet, but since they don't have sufficient infrastructure, they still face some challenges on internet quality. Also, another research of us, also with Derechos Digitales, about the North region, found out that the prices can vary 200 times per megabyte in the North region, which is absurd. People cannot access internet with these prices, and they don't have the same amount of quality as capitals. How can we advance on that? This is a challenging scenario, right? And it's not only related to Brazil, it's related to the whole region. But in relation to Brazil, we have to remember that internet is essential service in Brazil, and we have to advance on the universalization. We have to enhance public policy related to the use of funds, to the universalization of internet access, and both the states and the cities have to collaborate also with that. Also, we have some alternatives. Beyond depending on the big companies, we could also think about community networks, and I would love to hear talking more about that. So that is the scenario. We hope we can advance on that, but having this data can help us talk with the government and find solutions on all of that. So thank you for the opportunity.
No, thank you, Camila, for joining us today. Thank you for all the people who has come to this session. We know it's early. Also, thank you to all the people that's following this session on Zoom and on YouTube. Um, it's late in Latin America, where most of them are, so we really appreciate the effort. And right, as you said, like there's a big challenge that has to do how to advance with universal access and meaningful access. And that's why I think it's very interesting to have Carlos here today, who can tell us a little bit about those alternatives to like these big companies that is Elon Musk satellites and all of that. So I'm going to pass the word to Carlos. Carlos Baca. He has a PhD and a master degree from the Autonomous University of Puebla, BUPA, sorry, WAPA, sorry, and a bachelor's degree in communication sciences from UDLAP. He, since 2019, he's part and is a manager of the training program in ICT network management in indigenous and rural communities in Latin America, and also part of the LockNet initiative by Rhizomatica and APC, coordinating the capacity building area and the national schools of community networks in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Is that right? So, go ahead.
Hi everyone. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to share this session with you. And of course, I am very thankful because you are here in this early session. So I want to focus not so much in the challenges that have been addressed in all these reports, but more like in the alternatives we need to develop in this area. So I will start with my with a little presentation. I want to share with you some photos, and you can travel a little bit to the Amazon region. So I will be talking about two different initiatives, very different, and how we can learn some things through these processes of developing community networks in the region. So the first one is the National School of Community Networks that have been developed in Brazil since 2021, and is one of these 5 national schools. We have other ones in Indonesia, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. And just to say very quick that each of these schools have 3 different stages. One of the design, the collective design of the school with a lot of people involved on that. Then the implementation of the school. And then the last phase that was a mentorship and a little micro grants for the organization who took part of the school. So the Brazilian one was developed by Proyectos Salud Alegria. I can pronounce it well in Portuguese, and it have they place in 6 communities in the north of Brazil in 3 different states, in Acre, in Amazonas, and in Pará. And as Camila said, very different communities, no, very different ways of living, and very far between each other. So it is a challenge how to develop this there. And I have one bad news because you know all of the process of the school was to think how the technologies can be addressed in different contexts. And as PSA is an organization that works a lot with community communication, they decide to focus a lot on community radio. But in the connectivity side, they finally start working with Povos da Floresta, that it is a very big initiative with a lot of companies, a lot of organizations, some of the local and state government there involved, and they want to connect 5,000 communities in the Amazon in the next 2 years or so. So how they are doing it? With Starlink. So yes, if you travel to there, I was there in July, and you can see all the challenge that implies to develop a backbone to the Amazon and to reach the communities, and to see that the prices are very high, and also the quality of the internet is very bad, no? And also in some communities they don't have electricity, so it is also a problem. One of the communities of the school that calls Aldea Solimoes, they only have electricity for 3 hours in a day because they use a diesel producer of energy, no? so they don't have electricity all day, so they can't use also internet or everything in all day, no? So they did that. And in the other hand, we have another project that called Hermes, and it is a project that having take place since 2015, no, when we started to think and develop a technology that can allow the use of high frequency to transmit some of the data that is important in the communities. You know, maybe the internet is not only the only way to connect communities and to face all the challenge that implies, you know, you say that the education, the access to health services, the access to government services, etc. We can do that also through other technologies. So we develop Hermes, that is a technology that allows send some type of data through this type of networks. So we have now different services. We can send an email, we can send a public message between the community station, no, like a closed network, but also we can connect to the internet one of the radio base, and so we can send a message to internet through only one radio base connected. And we have these two apps. One of it is the administration, and you can also get a browser. You can search things in one of it, and the other one is a message app, no? And we have developed this into two main territories in the Amazon. On the one hand in Rondonia in Brazil, and the other one in with the Achar nation in Ecuador. So so far we have these two systems working, but we are work also, for example, in Chihuahua in Mexico, who is in the very mountain area, very difficult to connect to, and this type of technology is used for this area. So very quick, what are the lessons we learned in the Amazon, no? And actually it's match a lot with what we have learned in the community networks movement in general, no? So one of the lesson, and one of the most important lesson, is that local complementary solutions are more sustainable because they have a direct link with the community's way of life, no? So, and they address the real needs of the communities. They enable environments and synergies between different stakeholders is necessary, no? We don't we can have this type of projects alone. We can have a very good synergies with other type of stakeholders, including the government, including different organizations, and in some cases also big companies or big operators. The choice of technologies to be used must be always respond to the context and the territory, no? I share with you two different technologies only in these two cases, but we have many other options. So it is important to make a good process of selection of technologies, because they are key to address really the needs and to face the challenge in different territories. And as we saw in the Amazon School of Community Networks, the link to the content creation and community networks, it's key. It's very key, because the important thing of the networks is not the networks itself, is the things that travel through this network. So it's important to make a good effort in the creation, content creation. And finally, capacity building is key, no? And digital literacy is key, but not to only to focus in the tools or to focus in how to use the internet, but more like how we can have a different critical thinking of the technologies, and then how they can be used for the purpose of the communities and to address the real needs, dreams, etc. Just to finish, I want to invite you all to see more about these projects. On the one hand, the Community Network Learning Repository, they have all the information about the schools, and you can also see a lot of materials there, and you can share also a lot of materials there. We want to make it as a collaborative space, and if you want to know more about Hermes, you can go through the Rhizomatica website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. That was really, really interesting. So this is the part where we can talk, and we don't have much time, but we have some time to have a little conversation. And I want to invite everyone who, if you have a question or a comment that you want to make, please do. Also, the people in the Zoom channel and in the YouTube channel, you can participate too. We will try to address your comments and questions. And I want to start. I want to give maybe like half step back in the conversation and talk about a little bit about because this session is called the internet we want, with an emphasis on the word we. So I think that the key concept here has to do with autonomy, and this is something that you in both of your interventions. But I want you to ask a little bit about the concept and the importance of autonomy regarding internet connection, especially when we're talking about these specific communities, indigenous communities that has a right to decide. But like, how does autonomy look like when we're talking? Carlos gives some clues in his presentation, but I would really like you to give a little bit of words regarding the importance of autonomy when we talk about access.
So yes, I think that the autonomy is the key to when we talk about the future of the internet we want. Because these communities have the opportunity to think of the technologies and what they can manage to to draw the type of access they want to have, no. So but in this process, capacity building is key, no. If we think that the technologies need to be included in different types of life and different territories, we need to depart from a very good critical thinking of the technologies in which the communities can decide, no. The autonomy is not like a place where we can go and travel through and we have a very happy place in which we will be stay, but more like a process in which we all have the possibility to decide how we can address our problems and how we can go to follow our dreams, no? So if we understand that, the technologies are very helpful for the communities, but only with departing from the understanding of the risk, of the possibilities, of all the contexts that are involved in the technologies, and then to take decisions that help to solve the needs and follow the dreams in each of the communities.
And I think that in your intervention, you said something that was like very, very important, that has to do with like how to develop a critical approach regarding the internet and connectivity and the role that connectivity has in our lives. And I think that that's a challenge that it doesn't stop with, it's not just these communities, it's all of us, like all the time. Like, how can we think about a different schemes for connection, like different ways to connect and the reasons why we connect? And that's not an easy task at all. I'm kind of curious regarding your experience in the schools, especially like how is the when people think about connectivity, what are they thinking, like what it that look like? What they want to achieve with connectivity?
Well, the experience of the development of the schools is very, very inspiring and interesting, because we can see all the different perspective of the connectivity of what we can understand about meaningful access, for example, no? So each of the 5 schools are very different, completely different, no? For example, we have here in Brazil one school that having worked a lot in the content production and community communication, but we have another school very good structured and more like in technical issues and in South Africa. Another one who decided to implement some artificial intelligence technologies in some communities with the fishermen and with the women who take care of the shrimp farms there, no? So, so yes, we need to understand that the internet is not one, no? I remember in Berlin, in the IGF in Berlin, we had a very big discussion about this slogan that said that one internet for all, or something like that, no? And I think as the Zapatistas in Mexico said, they say that queremos un mundo donde quepan muchos mundos. It's like we want a world in which we can have a lot of worlds, no? So we want an internet in which we can have a lot of internet, no? Not only one way to connect.
I think there's a question or a comment from the public, like maybe this is time. And so go ahead.
Hi, my name is Wilson Guilherme. I'm from the youth program in Brazil. I live in the Amazon region of the cultural state of Rondônia, and that's why this panel is very important to me. Even though it is the zero of the event, I believe in the potential of the discussions to be held and the IGF. My question is, what are the possibilities of building in alliance at LAC to building technology network to prevent U.S. imperialists like Elon Musk from the domination world territory with two perspectives of solving the Amazon people? Sorry, my English. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. My name is Paulo. I'm from Article 19 Brazil. I'm sorry I couldn't listen to Camila's presentation, so I'm sorry. I'm going to refer to Carlos' one. I'm really glad that you mentioned the Hermes project. And my question goes to everyone, actually, including for discussion. We all know that working with community networks and access, connectivity, and so on is quite hard to do in terms of hardware, software, knowledge, and so on. But then people normally connect the idea of connectivity and access to the internet, to access the internet. And the Hermes, for example, is another project, is another idea. It's like connecting more the digital sphere than the internet itself. So my question would be, what is the importance of having not necessarily the internet, but the digital technology in the hands of community, given two different, axes, two different things. One culturally, and the other one is material production, because digital technologies can help out, not necessarily with access to internet, but to help out the material production, what the communities are producing and so on. And also the production of culture, like music, oral history, poetry, and so on. This not necessarily has to do with internet connection, but it has a lot to do with digital technology flowing in and out from the communities with the sovereignty and autonomy and so on. So thanks a lot.
Hi, my name is Niels, in this case from DW Academy. My question is to Camilla. What can you share about the dreams from the community that you visited? Because you told that people are very attached to social media, but what are the alternatives and what are really the needs that they dream of what they can do on their territory with more internet? Thanks.
Let's take the last one.
Okay, thank you. My name is Camila. I'm from Bolivia. I only want a question. I have a question. I would like to know, how did you address, as you work with indigenous communities, how do you address about their identity and things about, because there is this crash about having the internet, have the development and everything, But as I work with indigenous communities too, I know they have also this thing about they don't have maybe some information about their culture on internet. So they want to be on internet, but also they want to support that. What is your experience with that with this kind of schools or things? How do you work with that, with their identity, and how to combine this, right? Like the digital access, but also don't lose their identity. Thank you.
So, who wants to go first? I think Camila has some stuff, so it's your turn now. Thank you.
Okay, I can start. First, a news question about the dreams of the community. One of the reactions was that no one asked us how internet should look like. No one prepared us to use that. So their willingness is also to have more connectivity, but also more understanding on how can they use the internet. This is very interesting. But we have a challenge of autonomy and how do they choose, because it's easy to have one big company that brings all the solution as Starlink, but people don't have knowledge enough to think about alternatives such as networks, communities. So it's important to develop also this digital literacy so they can have the informated autonomy to choose what kind of internet they want. I think this is important. But related to their culture and their context, this community in specific in Brazil, it is really close to the capital of Amazonas. So it's a community that they have their own culture, but they are very interconnected with the big centers. So when they are using internet, they use more to expand, to lower the distance and to expand to other spaces, and their culture is more developed on that. But yes, they face some challenges on how to keep their culture. And about Will's question, it's a big challenge, right? Because it's so seductive to have a company that says, you will have internet in a low term, but I cannot guarantee that that you're not going to be attached to me, like really dependent to me. I cannot say about the prices in the future. I cannot talk about the environmental issues. So we have to think some alternatives. And we were talking about a little about the right to decide, autonomy, and we have to have more spaces to hear people in the end. When they're making public policies, they don't hear civil society that much, and they don't hear that much the communities that are affected. I can talk about civil society in general. We face lots of challenges on participating, for example, on the community of the Universalization Fund in Brazil. We have to ask them a specific authorization to participate on that. The Telecommunications Authority, they have public consultations, but they have in a lower term. We have some challenges that the Telecommunications Agency is very close to the private sector, but we have some participation spaces such as the Consultant Committee, we have the Consumer Committee also, and in part of EDEC, we try to participate actively in these spaces to bring some other perspectives. But beyond civil society talking about homogeneous problems, we have to hear people in the end also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I think we can have all these questions with a sake or a beer, because it's very difficult to try to give an absolute answer, no? But one thing that I think is important is to the part that as we have the right to be connected, we also have the right to be disconnected. And this is very important. If you want to see some discussion about it, we have a blog in the Rhizomatica site, because we also think that we need to have this right very well understanding, no? That we can have this right to be disconnected. So this is on the one hand. On the other hand, these technologies help a lot to maintain the identity and to rethink also the identity in the communities. No? We have seen in a lot of communities that we have this problem between the young and the old people, because they are discussing a lot how is the best way to address these technologies and how we need to include in their lives. So it is important to start to generate dialogues before to include the technologies. I think this is one of the keys. And also between the indigenous itself, they have a lot of knowledge of what are doing the other communities, no? So they look other experience a lot in their territories and outside of the territories, and they can start thinking how to use these tools to reinforce their identity. No, of course we can't think that it is white or black process. No, they understand that they want to be connected, but they understand also that they want to be connected with some limits that, for example, in a community network we can have. No, we can limit the time of the network are operating, for example. No, so some communities decide that after 8 p.m. they don't have internet connection, for example. Or if you are in YouTube more than 2 hours, you can't connect more. No, so yes, I think the key is that understand that there is no only one solution, that a lot of these solutions have a lot of risk, no? Of course, to be connected with some guy who can decide to turn off the satellites and no, and say that you can't have internet because I have a bad day. It is a problem, no? But it is also a solution that needs to be understood by the communities. So if the communities understand this risk and how can manage it, is the key, I think.
Well, thank you so much, both of you. Thanks so much for all the questions. We're running out of time. I just want to say that I think in the end, what's important is to think about why do we need the internet? What do we need connectivity? What do we want to achieve with that? And as Carlos said, that there's no a single answer to that question. There are many answers, and the shape that connectivity takes has to do with how we answer that specific question. Um, but as I say, like we're running out of time. Sorry. I just want to give you, both of you, 1 minute for final remarks. But before that, I want to say thanks to well, everyone for coming here. Michelle for doing the online moderation, and as Carlos said, there's a lot of questions that we keep on discussing with sake or beer or just water maybe at this time of the day. So let's keep talking. 1 minute, each of you.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I would also like to thank Lua Cruz, which leads the telecommunication part in EDEC. He has an amazing work. I learned a lot from him, and he also helped with this research and helped me a lot with this presentation too. Hope we can continue this dialogue. Like, we have a consensus that no size fits all, so we have to think, how can we advance on that? What are the specificities that we need to develop? And hope we can continue this conversation. So thank you for the invitation, thank you for the exchange, and thank you for you for being here too.
Okay, thank you for having me, and we need to know that there is another options to connect and to have access to the telecommunication services. So we need to depart from that and from dialogue between different stakeholders. So thank you very much, and have a great IGF.
Have a great IGF. Thank you so much for coming. On your way out, please take one of these. If you unfold it, there has a really cool poster that you can, I don't know, do something with it. The other way around. Okay, so it's there. Please take one. Thank you so much for coming, and hope to keep on talking regarding all this stuff. Thank for all the technical team too. Thank you so much. Thank you.
time. Okay. Good morning. My name is Jeremy Oma, and I work for Article 19 Eastern Africa. I'll probably allow my colleague to introduce herself first, then we can get into it. Also, another colleague of mine is on the way. I think he'll introduce himself as soon as he gets here. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela Minayo. Thank you so much for coming to our session. I work at Kenya ICT Action Network. We're an ICT policy think tank that is based in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm very interested in the topic because I believe that data unlocks a lot, but also it can be an area where, if not well regulated, can lead to further human rights violations. So I'm grateful for this panel, and I await questions from Jeremy.
Okay. Thank you, Angela. So I'll probably start with a brief overview of what this session is about. So in essence, we have done some research, basically a brief, very brief, by Article 19 Eastern Africa. As I've said, I work with Article 19 Eastern Africa. An INGO, we work on issues of freedom of expression, association, assembly, both on online and offline spaces. So specifically for this session, we have this brief produced as part of our Data, Our Voice project, supported by the GIZ Digital Transformation Center in Kenya. And the paper basically provides an overview of the processing of sexual orientation and gender identity data specific to the Kenyan context. We'll also focus a bit mostly on matters the LGBTQ people who face heightened privacy and discrimination risks in comparison to cisgender and populations basically in Kenya. So what we hope to do with this paper is to increase awareness of data protection by different stakeholders in Kenya, be it regulators, be it activists, and the general population. And by doing this awareness, people get to understand their rights. That's for whoever is part of the community. That's one. Two, people also understand their obligations, that be it data controllers, data processors, and adhere to these data protection laws, building the trust needed in the data economy, and promoting everyone's exercise of the freedom of expression and access to information. So I'll briefly go into some of the findings that we had before we get to some questions with my colleague here. Let me briefly go into some of the findings. Okay. So as I've said, briefly some of the findings. One is the insufficient legal protections for LGBT people, especially in the Kenyan context. Most laws, or rather the practice is outlawed, not being identifying as LGBT in the countries, but the practice or the action is outlawed. So this has negative impacts on disclosure of this kind of information, sexual orientation or gender identity data, disclosure and collection, especially, for example, be it a hospital, be it in banks, and the legal frameworks doesn't provide protection from this discrimination. There's a blanket protection for everyone that we're equal under the law, but there's no specific protection from this kind of discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. That's one. Plus the social cultural context continues to have a great impact on the treatment of sexual and gender minorities in the country. We have this thing that we keep throwing around, that it's not our culture, that's thrown around by government, by leaders. So it's not a very good environment. That's one. I think the second finding is about this differentiated treatment of SOGI data under the legal framework currently in place. So sexual orientation is classified as and processed as sensitive personal data, but gender identity is classified and processed as personal data. So one is sensitive personal data, the other is general data under Section 2 of the Data Protection Act, which covers most things under data protection in the country. So in effect, this means that data controllers and processors processing this kind of data must differentiate and accord higher levels of protection to sexual orientation data, despite gender identity also exposing data subjects to similar risks and consequences. That's finding number 2. Number 3 is restriction of SOGI data collection to legally recognized categories in both public and private sectors. So in the country, if you go, for example, to a bank, to a hospital, and you need to collect data, the categories are majorly male, female. Sometimes they'll say intersex, sometimes they'll just put other. So this is basically attributable to the failure of the law to recognize other gender identities, sexual orientation, and this kind of people. So this paper was guided by some contributions from key stakeholders. We did some key informant interviews. We had some focus group discussions with key industry players in the country specific to Kenya. So yeah, I think I'll leave that as the very key findings, but we also have some other findings, and then go to some of the conclusions we drew, and then some recommendations. Then after that, we can speak to my colleague and have a brief overview of the current situation. So I'll go straight to some of the recommendations, specifically for one, data controllers and processors. I've divided it into 2. So we have recommendations for data controllers and processors, and the second is, let's call it the civil society. So one for data controllers and processors is basically around compliance. So all public, private organizations and individuals processing personal data are required to register with the, let's call it the regulator, not regulator, but we call it the ODPC, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner in the country, as stipulated under the Data Protection Act. So we encourage that for anyone that is processing data, be it government, be it a hospital, be it a business that you require to process data. Recommendation number 2 is to implement technical and organizational measures for compliant data processing of this kind of data, this kind of sensitive data, including doing a data protection assessment, data protection impact assessment prior to processing and processing this kind of data, and also engaging these communities. That's one. 2, appoint a data protection officer to oversee compliance with the laws. That's the Data Protection Act and other relevant privacy and data protection laws. That's 2. And for entities in the public and private sectors, to basically prepare or update data protection policies and notices so that they're up to date with the needs of the community. Finally is basically awareness, and that is internal awareness for these entities, to have a privacy aware culture, so that you're aware of what you need to do when processing this kind of data and how to handle that kind of data in the right way. I think I'll go to the very last group. This is for basic, the civil society. These are the civil society actors. Is one, to build internal capacity and undertake training to one, understand the frameworks of data protection, the impact it has on the communities we work with. And two is also, once you have this knowledge, you engage the public and private sector entities to also create awareness for them, to understand the impact this processing has, to understand what are the obligations under the laws. And finally is to advocate for the Data Protection Commissioner to expressly include gender identity as a form of sensitive personal data. In light of the risk of significant harm that may be caused by the processing to data subjects, it's also important to have this captured by the Data Protection Commissioner and acknowledged, and have frameworks to protect this kind of data. That's number two. And finally is to advocate for better laws to remove the discriminatory laws, whether it's repealing them or amending them to be in line with international standards. So yes, those are the kind of key findings and some of the recommendations we have in this brief. I think I'll go to, if anyone has any questions up to that point, I'll happily take them before we go to my colleague. Then we can have a discussion about other experience in the country. Yes, please.
So from your presentation, it seems that there's like a kind of embedded contradiction, which is that on the one hand, the diverse gender identities are not recognized, right, officially. But at the same time, there is that risk of, like, if somehow, banks and medical facilities. So that's kind of the focus of data protection. But in parallel, is there kind of a movement or a drive towards kind of having these recognitions, formally, instituted? Is there, again, like, is there a drive or a movement? Is there something happening in Kenya?
Okay, thank you. I think that's the only question. I think, yes, there's a drive to do that. Over the past couple of years, there's been a drive to repeal a section of the penal code. I think it's two sections, 162 and 163, that criminalizes the act, not necessarily the person. In Kenya, the identifying as diverse, it's not criminalized, but the act is what is criminalized. So once you're found, but most times the law is abused. People are denied registration for organizations. They're denied, but there's been some good precedent set. I think there's been a long court case going on between the regulator that is it called the NGO board?
I can chip in. Yeah. So there was a petition to the Constitutional Court to declare Section 162 of the Penal Code to be unconstitutional, yes, based on the discrimination ground. That petition was not successful, and Section 162 is still operational in our country. So Kenya's policy around it is to act like they don't exist. So whenever they're asked about it, the government always says that that is not a priority for Kenya, that we're a third world country and we have more development issues to be concerned about. So what has helped Kenya and the LGBTQ community is that our constitution is very progressive. So the penal code is a relic of the colonial laws that we inherited from the British governance systems. But the constitution is actually 2010, very new in terms of constitutional law practice, very, very new in constitutional making. And our constitution has the right to non-discrimination very strongly, and the Bill of Rights, which enumerates human rights. So when LGBTQ organizations were being denied registration based on the penal code, they went to court, and the court went up to the highest court, which is the Supreme Court. And the court ruled that while what they're doing might be a violation of the penal code under Section 162, they have the constitutional right to assembly and association and all that. And therefore, when the registrar of the NGOs refuses to register them, then they have contravened the constitution. So it's the robustness of Kenya's constitution, even on the right to privacy, under Article 31 of Kenya's constitution, and now the Data Protection Act, that you see a very progressive human rights outlook, but we still have this elephant in the room, which is Section 162, and you can see the contradictions. I hope that gives you an idea of what we're working with. Thank you.
And to also mention that there's a lot of pushback from government. They're not, for example, in the petition, the registrar tried to say that you're not supposed to do this. So there's a lot of pushback from government. They're not ready to have these conversations. So yeah, I think then I hope that answers you. Thank you. Then I'll go straight to a couple of questions for my panelist here. The other one will arrive, I'm not sure, but he should be on the way. So we can basically start looking at the legal framework for processing of data, not necessarily just sexual or gender kind of data, but in general, what do you think, or rather, what's the framework governing this processing of data?
Yeah, so as I had stated earlier, it starts in our constitution, the right to privacy. Then we have international human rights commitments. Some of them, you know them, the International Covenant on Civil Political Rights, and the African Convention of Human and People's Rights. So these are the bases and the frameworks for the right to privacy. And then in 2019, we operationalized the Data Protection Act. Like many other African countries, it is a replication of the EU GDPR, and that comes with pros and cons. So some of the pros are that the GDPR provided a very good framework with a complaints handling mechanism, an independent office. I'll put independent in quotes because you can say it's independent, but who's appointing? So there's independence is a bit of a, I won't choose independent, I'll just say it has a body because the independence is questionable. So we have the Data Protection Act, and it's a very elaborate framework, and I'm not going to focus so much on the downsides other than to just say that just like the EU legislation, we expect that when data is being transferred from Kenya to other countries, that there's enough safeguards to provide equal or similar protection for data that is being handled in the third countries or the recipient countries. So I hope that answers it. Maybe we can now go to the sexual orientation and gender identity. Yes, so I work in Kiktonet as a Gender Digital Rights Programs Officer. And last year, we also had conversations around gender and data protection. And this conversation cannot be had without talking about sexual orientation and gender identity data. Just a fun fact, even before I delve into the Kenyan ecosystem, is that there's a very progressive approach to data protection from the Southern African region. I don't know if you knew this, but South Africa, what are they called, SADC? The regional bloc in South Africa, SADC, came up with a model framework for privacy law for the member countries that belong to it. And they put gender as one of the personal or sensitive data. So while Kenya just talks of sex, they talk about gender, and there's a difference. So when you just talk about sex, you're referring to biological sex, and this is what is assigned at birth. So you're male or female or intersex. But when you talk about gender, you're talking about someone's expression, and that might sometimes not align with their biological sex. So that's very progressive. I always try to talk about the SADC model law because it took a different approach even from the GDPR, which is something we want to see more of regional blocks and countries taking their own approach to data protection in a way that makes sense for them, but also in a progressive way, in a feminist way. So I'd just like to mention that. So in Kenya, you will find that gender identity is not specifically provided for under sensitive data. It is treated as just personal data, and that means that it can be processed, one, when there's consent, and two, even when there's no consent, when the data processor or the data controller can prove that that information or that data is necessary for performing certain tasks. So they'll say, you entered into a contract and part of my obligation was to do ABCD, and that obviously means I have to process your data to do that. So that is, how can I say this? There is no consent necessary in certain aspects of personal data processing. How is this a problem? It is a problem because we can still see how gender data or gender identity identifiers can still lead to human rights violations. It could be job applications, it could be loan applications. So it could lead to further violations. Now, for sexual orientation, I think we've already given you we have set the scene for you to understand how sexual orientation is grappled with in our legal system, that it is a crime, and the said crime is still protected in the data protection framework, which sends contradicting viewpoints. And it's not just sexual orientation data, if I may add. Health data has also been one of the things we've grappled with, because health data is dealt with in different frameworks. So there's our Health Act, which empowers health practitioners to collect data necessary to perform their work. And at the same time, you're seeing that health data is sensitive data that cannot be processed unless certain safeguards are given. So this is something you will keep seeing in countries where they pass the Data Protection Act but don't review or reform the laws that existed before. So you end up with a very interesting set of laws, if I may say. So when you have, when data is deemed sensitive, it means there's more safeguards towards its protection. You'll find that if there's no consent, then the data controller or the data processor must prove the necessity of taking this data and of collecting this data or processing this data. Again, that falls in data minimization, that we want you to only collect data that truly is necessary for what you're trying to do. So what happens when you put sexual orientation data and gender identity data separately? Let me give you an example. So you're saying sexual orientation data is protected, right? But gender identity data is not sensitive data. It can be processed in any other way. But when we create links between data sets, we can be able to tell that this is Angela, or this is Jeremy. Jeremy is male or female. That is not protected. We can tell male. Jeremy is on a sex app that is for queer community. So that tells us that while Jeremy is male, we can tell that we can identify Jeremy's sexual orientation from the apps he's using. So we need to have a harmonized protection framework that protects Jeremy both for his identity as male and his orientation as queer, and this is of course just for example purposes. After this meeting, please don't harass Jeremy. But you get the point that we need what I like to say is we need an equilibrium or a spectrum of protection that cuts across and doesn't end and stop at a certain point. Yeah.
Thank you, Angela. And you've preempted my next question about probably what is your experience with the practice of processing of data, especially sensitive data?
Thank you. I think for this talk to be important for the people in the room, I'd really like to talk about processing of data in non-profit entities. So for a long time, we've been talking about data protection from, oh, it's companies, compliance. Actually, I hate the word compliance, but we have to use it. But what the message it sends is regulatory and compliance. That's what companies do. Non-profits comply how when they're sending financial reports to donors, like compliance is a very foreign word to non-profit entities. Yet you'll find non-profit organizations process a lot of sexual orientation and gender identity data, which, if mishandled, has serious human rights ramifications. So we need to understand data protection as something that applies both for non-profit and for-profit entities, the companies in this case. So you'll find even how we have conversations around data protection, it's oh, big tech. And of course, I understand why we do this, because those are the examples that make the most impact and the most sense to the people in the room. But we also need to start talking about processing of data by non-profit entities, because what will happen, for instance, if a non-profit like Article 19, for example, you operate in Kenya and Kenya is becoming maybe a draconian state, and the state can have access to your documents. Do these organizations have a plan? Do they know how to fight back when this data is requested from them? We keep saying, oh, Apple is such a good company, because they will never comply with request for information from governments. Do we ask the same questions when it comes to non-profit entities? So I think it's very important to have those conversations of data protection, even from a non-profit point of view. So from practice, what is very worrying is this idea that data protection is a concern for companies and not a concern for non-profits. Yet you will find the people who handle most of the sexual orientation and gender identity data, the people who are doing the research in these areas and collecting data in this area will be non-profit entities. Another worrying practice I've seen from my country, I'm speaking from Kenya's perspective, and during the question and answer forum, I would like to invite you to give us perspectives from your countries, is that there are so many myths and misconceptions around data protection and processing. I'll give you an example. So last month, let me just say last month because I've lost a sense of time, is that our Office of the Data Protection Commissioner issued penalty notices to 3 companies for breaching the Data Protection Act. And one of the entities that was fined was a club, so like a place people go to have fun, a partying joint. And they were taking photos of people who were taking part in, so they, in Kenya, for some reason, clubs have this obsession with taking photos of revelers having fun at their joint. I don't know why. I don't know if they feel like they won't make enough sales without, it's a whole data minimization and necessity principle. Like, do you really need it? But they did, and they ended up being fined because the data subjects complained about them to the Data Protection Commissioner. I'm also meant to understand that it's not, we should not take it for granted that our commissioner can issue penalties. Apparently in some jurisdictions, the investigative powers and the powers to give penalties are curtailed. So I just wanted to put that as a side note. And what the other clubs have understood from this penalty notice is to put emojis on the faces of the photos they take. And they did this immediately after the penalty notice. Like, that's how unserious of a country Kenya is. Like, we use humor to get through. It's a very tough place to live in. So anyway, the point is, they think putting emojis on the photos is complying with the data protection. It's that bad. Exactly. So there's a very pedestrian approach to understanding data protection, because if we have applications that can remove emojis and de-anonymize the photos, then they have not complied with the Data Protection Act if they don't have the consent and the necessity, if there's no consent and all that. So I'll end it at that, because I think it's a light note and tells you what the problem we're dealing with.
Thank you. if you have any questions, we'll take them at the very end. I think I'll just throw a few more questions to you. Kind of building on what you've just highlighted, is there some sort of worrying impacts that you have seen from this kind of processing of sensitive data, or just any data in general?
Actually, I'll give an example of an activity we were doing in Kiktonet. So last year we were doing something known as Gender Internet Governance Exchange under the Our Voices, Our Futures project by APC. And we had people from the queer community as part of the participants. And before, we used to just work with women and we will take photos and post them, you know, part of the reporting, but also the social media campaigns. And they told us that some of them are closeted and putting their photos online in an activity that is clearly for queer people will put them at risk. I get comments that data protection should be some very, how can I say this? Now, this is serious. This is about penalties of 50 million in the EU and Facebook and Meta. But that minimizes the harm that such data breaches can have on normal, ordinary people who are not celebrities, who are not in the EU, and therefore their complaints cannot attract the penalties that are in the European Union. So understanding that in the context of the stigma and even deaths we've seen in our country against queer people, that is a serious risk we need to have in mind. I'll give another example of the homophobia we saw online once the Supreme Court made a ruling allowing LGBTQ organizations to be formally registered. So we had a lot of disinformation online, and what people understood that ruling to mean was that Kenya has formalized LGBTQ relationships, which was not even the case. Like, I was like, we wish that was the position. It is not. it is not. And the homophobia, the messaging online was, we will kill them. We are never going to accept that. And I kid you not, it was not even just from people online. It was even from the leadership at the national level. So when there's this understanding that this is an undesired people among us, it also warrants hate or justifies hate or motivates and incites hatred against that group. So being queer on its own, existing as queer, is a political act in Kenya and in certain other countries. So let me just end it at that.
Okay, thank you. I think the final one should be probably, do you have any recommendations or insights on best practice for collection and subsequent processing of this kind of data?
Yes. First of all, I'd like Article 19 to actually publish the I just want to call you out here. You need to publish this resource because they have annexed amazing templates that people can use when processing data. Data protection is a very complex principle. I have to always remind people when I'm talking about it that it can't cover all the bases in one topic or in a 45-minute panel session. But there's need for more resources, not just for profit entities. Those ones have enough money to get the DPOs, to get the people to help them comply. But what happens to nonprofits whose resources are quite minimal? So what Article 19 has done is to come up with templates for nonprofits when they're, and it's like a checklist, which is what we need because this is such a complex, it's a complex process. So telling you, okay, you have this data, have you gotten consent? If you don't have consent, do you have the basis for it? Have you documented? Documentation is so important in data protection because you need to also preempt what can happen in future. Will you ever need to provide proof of consent, for instance? those are things we might not be thinking about, especially operating as non-profits. But that is the age of data protection we're in, that you need to be documenting consent, documenting contracts you have with data processors. So let me just explain this. Sometimes you'll find there are two entities involved in the processing of data. So there's the data controller, the person who collects and also directs how the data is going to be processed. And then you can have another entity being the data processor. So these ones are the ones who are going to store the data, anonymize the data, analyze the data, and all that. So they might have different functions depending on if they're a data controller or a data processor. So sometimes we use these words among people in the data protection field without explaining what the ramifications are. So to make it in a more simple way is that a data processor is an agent or an employee of the data controller. So essentially, at the very end, the person who's going to be responsible for all the data protection issues, the breaches or whatnot, and consent will be with the data controller and not the data processor. So having them registered with the data protection entities in their countries is very important, because it also gives them the justification for having budgets and all that towards compliance. So let's have this resource online, please, because I think for non-profits is very important.
Okay, thank you. And just a disclaimer: the resource will be published by the end of we're in October, so sometime in November it will be fully ready. It's ready. It's just that we haven't yet published. There's a whole process to go through, but it will be published. And the main aim of this resource is to create awareness about data protection. So today we looked at some of the challenges, the impacts that this processing has on specific groups, but the paper looks at trying to create awareness about data protection, and also some of the recommendations of best practices for data controllers, data processors, and also civil society actors in general. So yeah, I think I might want to leave it at that, but I'll take some questions if there were any. We can take them at the same time. Then, yeah, we can end after that. Over to the floor. Okay. Okay, sure.
Hi, I have 3 questions. I hope that's okay. I have many questions. Um, my first question has to do with the how data from sex workers is being saved and used and protected, right? Because we know that data from sex workers tends to be more sensitive, and nonprofits also work with sex workers, and maybe in Kenya that happens as well. So I would like to know if there's a difference, or if you have had any special remarks on the privacy of data for sex workers. Then my second question is how the Anti-Homosexuality Act from Uganda has affected Kenya and the data protection laws in Kenya. And my third question is, how is it like for you as civil society to work with platforms in terms of platform accountability? Because we know we have the data protection laws, but how accountable are platforms in Kenya when you register a report or an incident? Like, how does it work? And also together with the police, right? With the judiciary system, how is it like there? So these are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay. Yes, please.
Hi, this is more actually to clarify because when you're giving the example of the health data sharing scheme, so my clarification is there a Health Privacy Act? Okay, and in that case, when healthcare providers are getting the data, what is the sharing mechanism? Can they share with other, let's say one hospital is taking you as a patient, right? And if there is some kind of electronic health records, are they sharing and uploading to that repository? So it's shared across facilities, so every facility has access to that data. Is that how it works? Or every time they need to get consent from the patient? That's one clarification. And second is that if there is a Health Privacy Act and then there's a Data Protection Act, how does the coordination between the two work, and what regime does the patient's privacy fall under, right? Are they covered under the Data Protection or the Health Privacy Act? Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the last question? Okay. Do you want to take any of the questions?
The health question. And you want to do platform accountability?
Yeah, sure.
And we can still handle data from sex workers.
Okay, then take the 2 questions.
I'll start with Pastor's question. This is a topic I really like, so I hope you don't get passionate and talk too much. But yeah, so it's very interesting that you raised it because we are currently having a bill being tabled in government, in Parliament, called the eHealth Act. So the eHealth Act is talking about telemedicine, but it's talking about protection of health data, which is very interesting. And I think people need to stop doing this. They should just have called it the health privacy, because that's what it does. And it's providing a framework where first consent, so collection will be consent-based, and 2 is that there'll be sharing of data across health facilities, and 3, there will be health identifiers. So they're also going to be assigning unique numbers to both patients and health facilities. And 4, they want it to be portable. So they want to give that control of data to the patient. So the patient will be having all the records in a portable format. We don't know this portable format, but data portability. And then they'll be able to, so it's still being debated, but that's what they have in mind. On how it is going to operate together with the Act, you'll find most of the time saying in the caveats for exceptions and things like that, if prescribed by any other law, or on the grounds if prescribed by any other law. So that is normally how we try to interlink laws. So if it's talking about prescription by another law, we go to the other law or any other relevant law in question. I hope I've answered you, but you can talk about this after this. The question on sex workers, again, sex work is also penalized in our country. So of course we understand that the situation is different different places, but we also understand that sex work is also becoming digitized. So there's OnlyFans and so many other, what are they normally called, webcam based apps where they're still part of the digital economy, and that also means that this data is being processed sometimes outside Kenya. Again, the level of awareness is low even on just data protection accountability in Kenya. So how bad can it be for a user based in Kenya whose data is being processed outside Kenya, i.e. in the EU? Those are questions and conversations we are yet to grapple with in Kenya, but I'm glad that KICTANET is part of the OVOF project, and this could be part of the research we can conduct to understand how it's being dealt with. So I'll just give you context for those 2 things. I'll let Jeremy go for the homosexuality laws in Uganda and how it's affecting Kenya, and the platform accountability.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll start off with specifically platform accountability. And just to mention, first of all, there's an ongoing case at the moment between Meta and some of its, let's call them former content moderators. There's an ongoing case about matters around accountability. There was an, let's call it good precedence, where they can now be held accountable for their actions within the Kenyan jurisdiction. But that case is still developing, but it's good progress for us. We see it as good progress. That was just first of all, but there's also, from our point of view, there's one of things or two things we've tried to do. First of all, there's a coalition that we've tried to bring together around specifically content moderation. This is basically, we looked at we did some work around the current practices of content moderation in a couple of countries, but there's a specific focus on Kenya. I'll talk specifically about Kenya. Basically understanding the experiences and challenges of Kenyans around content moderation, takedowns and all that. So some of the things that we found, there's platforms are potentially amplifying harmful content. There's lack of understanding of local context because we are trying to have some sort of decentralization in terms of content moderation so that we can probably at some point hold them accountable for what happens on their platforms. There's also insufficient transparency in content moderation. And finally, we are trying to bring together, sort of bridge the gap between the platforms and the local users. So that's one of the things we do. So we are trying to have time. Okay, I'll keep it very brief. So we're trying to basically bridge the gap between local stakeholders or local users and the platforms to sort of get some kind of conversation going on how we can make the platforms better. So yeah, I think in the interest of time, there was a second question. Uganda. For the case of Uganda, I think it's not somewhere we want to be, but I think we've recently been hearing cases of people being prosecuted based on this law. I think there's also some very bad cases, but in Kenya I think it's very similar, but not as bad. But I think in relation to how it has affected Kenya, I think there's
some potential legislation. So we have the culture bill.
Yeah.
It started
Family
on
and
as a
protection.
family values protection bill. Just to wrap up, is that these are funded by Eurocentric, far-right, evangelical radicals, and it's really sad. And it's not African; it's actually Western ideals being imposed on Africans. We'll end at that. Thank you so much for attending our session.
Okay, just a moment to few more minutes of suspension. We can start. Good morning and welcome. My name is Jovan Kurbali. I am director of Diplo Foundation and head of Geneva Internet Platform. Together with me is Sorina Teleanu, who is director of knowledge at Diplo Foundation and person who is involved extensively in AI developments. And now, while we were preparing for today's session, we thought of having two ways to approach it, and we will be guided by your questions and comments about this session. We want to develop it by genuinely as a dialogue. We have a lot to offer in terms of ideas, concepts, and overall approach of Diplo to artificial intelligence, but I'm sure there is a lot of expertise in the room. And this is basically the key. Therefore, let me suggest a few practicalities. We will talk, but whenever you have a question, just or comments, raise the hand and don't feel intimidated. The only stupid question is the question which is not asked. Well, there are a few exceptions of this rule, but that's basically our approach. Therefore, you can. I always think when we gather for a meeting or for a course, because we are teaching a lot, I said how we can really maximize on this hour. This is valuable time for all of us. Generally, we sometimes underestimate that importance of moment, importance of being there. And I think in Kyoto with Zen Buddhism and other things, with the Asian religious traditions, we can learn more about being there, being at the moment, and trying to grasp, trying to really find this unique energy. And unique because this is moment, this very second of our life and our existence and our interaction. Therefore, let's maximize on that. Now, Sorina, shall I monopolize the microphone, or you're so gentle and nice? I started with philosophy, and probably this is one of the possible entry points. Because artificial intelligence, for the first time, pushed us to think about the questions, why do we do it? Or questions of why for our existence, the question of our dignity, the question of purpose, the question of efficiency, many core questions that civilization has to face. Therefore, if you see our leaflet about humanism project, you can see that we approach it through technology, through diplomacy, through governance, and through philosophy, linguistics, and art. You can get any entry point. I suggested this philosophy entry point, and you will see why it is important. Now, I'm sure you will be using a lot of cameras. Unfortunately, these days we don't use this. We just brought with my wife Nikon from Europe, very heavy Nikon, and she told me in Tokyo, she said, why do I need to carry this heavy Nikon with the lenses, you know, zoom out, zoom in, when the iPhone is basically good iPhone camera is doing a lot. Now, we won't get into this discussion. I'm sure that there will be passionate Nikonists or Canonists, you know, these two tribes, who will say, no, you still do it with Nikon. But idea is to zoom in, zoom out. We zoom in on philosophy, we zoom out on questions, zoom in on technology, or zoom out on philosophy. Therefore, try to use that optics within the next hour. What is uniqueness of Diplo is that whatever we do in digital governance, since the very beginning of organization, we needed to touch technology. Therefore, we did the TCP/IP programming, we did the DNS, we did everything in order to know how it functions. We wanted to see what is under the bonnet. One problem, and I'm noticing, I was at the first IGF at the Working Group on Internet Governance, which is ancient history, long time ago. But I noticed that sometimes we discuss things without understanding it. We don't need to be techies, mind you. These issues are sometimes even philosophical, but you have to have a basic understanding what's going on and how it functions. This again, when we need to have the scale, you know, to understand technology but not to become techies. Because then if you are only techie, you are basically, you won't see the whole forest from the tree. Everything will be just neural networks these days, or yesterday crypto or blockchain, or day before TCP/IP, and that's then basically a problem. Therefore, it's a tricky exercise. Therefore, we have all of these entry points. And what I suggest, which is also in the title of the session, is also there is another aspect that we should keep in mind, that walk the talk approach works in a way that whole IGF will be reported by our hybrid system combining artificial intelligence and human intelligence. Therefore, if you go to IGF 2023, it's DigWatch 2023, you can also download the iPhone or Android app, and you will be having the reports from the sessions coming by mix of artificial intelligence and human intelligence. Now, how does it work? We've been reporting from IGF for decades, summarizing long session into humanly, basically. Now we said, okay, let's codify that, our reports, and create AI system. Therefore, we can have something which could be called IGF GPT or IGF AI. But basically, we train the IGF on our reporting and our sessions. Therefore, it is now deployed by our AI team. Poor guys have to wake up early in the morning. They're based in Belgrade. They are now doing reporting by AI system, doing everything automatically from transcribing, also special language for transcribing for IG and AI and cyber terminology, summarizing, transcribing, and then making it into the report, which you can visit here for each session. Now, as you will see from the reports and you will see from our work, I think this session is, we have just to put that it's a GMT time, because I was confused this morning. I said, what, 2 o'clock in the morning? You will have after the session, I don't know, about 20 minutes or half an hour, I don't know exactly what will be the timing, you will have reports from this discussion. Therefore, again, we think we have to walk the talk. It's enough to talk about AI, how important AI is, how it's changing the world, ethics. AI will eat us for breakfast, or we may survive, we may not survive. That's another discussion which I'm very critical and skeptical about. But let's use AI, and let's see, only by using it we can see how it works and how dangerous it is. We are not naive about dangers. There are risks. But many risks are now and here. If you just go to the risk in the future, could be a bit tricky, because whenever future was brought in negative way in discussions, it was often around certain ideologies. And the message is, forget it today, forget it now, we discuss future. And once we come to the bright future, we'll be happy. But what happened in the meantime with our lives, you know, the references, I won't make references to the historical experiences, but it's very tricky argument on the future. Therefore, there is something that you can use now. But let me again zoom out and go to basically, if I manage to close this, oh, I managed, fine, great. Wow, now it's again make to be no. We call it that we had winter of excitement. ChatGPT came into the force, everything is changing, it can write master thesis instead of you, blog post, you know the whole stories, let's say December, January, February. Although AI is much, much older, as all of you know. Then there was a spring of metaphors. People suddenly realized, wow, it's coming, let's do something with this. Its metaphors are danger, apocalyptic, Armageddon, the risk for society, or nice ones. It will help us. Then you have summer of reflections. And we call it autumn of clarity. Think about 4 seasons, not the hotel, but 4 seasons in AI. Winter of excitement, spring of metaphors, summer of reflections, autumn of clarity. Now, during the summer of reflections, what I did, I said, okay, let's see what happened. 2 things we did, Sorina and myself, and she will explain the other thing, what she did at the course. We said, okay, let's recycle ideas. What were the ideas of ancient Greek on axial age? What can Socrates teach us about AI and prompting? What about journey of zero from Indian civilization via Al-Khwarizmi and Tunis to Fibonacci? What about ancient Greek? What about Chinese 3 big philosophers and the AI? What would these people tell us about knowledge, about ethics, about individuals and communities, about the Renaissance with Voltaire and Rousseau, great thinking of Renaissance period, Holbein's painting, it's a bit of my niche interest, Vienna thinkers. When you really think about today's era, and under this there is a text, you can see that you have 5 thinkers who live in Vienna between 2 world wars, who basically set the stage for AI in Geneva and Vienna, and I'll show Geneva thinkers. Hayek on knowledge, Freud about human psychology, and possibly person who inspired thinking about AI is Ludwig Wittgenstein, who basically moved to the probability theory and language as a key element of the philosophy. Then we said, okay, those are Vienna thinkers. You have then Ubuntu thinkers in Africa. Again, another rich civilization and thinking, not written in the texts, but basically codified in the practices. And in parallel, what we did during this summer of reflection, Sorina went to deliver the course with the College of Europe for the group of students from Germany. She wrote the blog post. Whatever we do, we codify because we believe in Creative Commons and enriching discussion on, in this case, AI. Serena, you may tell us a few words how you I will scroll, but what did you do during the course and what was the purpose of using AI and how did we use it?
Thank you, Jovan. Hello, everyone. We won't spend more time talking, but just quickly, because the title of this session includes this whole idea of bottom-up AI, and we hope to hear from you what you understand by that. But what we did at the summer school is just one example of bottom-up AI. So quickly explaining what happened there, we had a group of 25 students, and for about 10 days, we simulated the negotiations of a global digital compact. You're at the IGF, I'm pretty sure you know what's with the whole GDC and the discussions around it, so I won't go into that. We split the team into the group into a few teams, technically representing some of the biggest countries and groups. We had China, the US, Brazil, and a few others, also civil society and technical community. And the task was to prepare and then negotiate how they would see a global digital compact looking like. But to help them, and also because many of them were newcomers to the whole idea of digital governance, what our team in Belgrade, Serbia did was to prepare this AI advisor. How it worked, we fed it with a lot of documents on internet governance and digital policy, and also with the contributions that stakeholders made to the global digital compact process. And then each of these 5 teams had their own advisor. What you see on the screen is the advisor of Brazil, right? The idea was for students to engage with the AI, to see how it works, to use it in the process of them preparing their arguments for negotiation, but also to discover the bad of the technology or the challenges. And that I found the most beautiful part of it all. At the end, we sat a bit and talked about how they actually used the advisor, what they found useful and what they found challenging, and the discussion was really good. They were able to say, okay, we used it to fine-tune our language, to be better at negotiating for our position, to find things we might not know about our own country or our own stakeholder group. But we also understood that we cannot just rely on what the AI is telling us, but take it critically, assess it, and actually use our minds. Another reason why we did this is, as you probably know, some of the schools around the world have taken this very, very knee-jerk reaction saying, okay, we're going to ban the use of artificial intelligence in schools, which we think is not a good approach to take. So the idea at the summer school was to expose students to the use of AI for them to be able to develop this critical thinking as to how you can use it, why it's good, and where you shouldn't actually rely on it, because again, it's just the technology and sometimes it does hallucinate. But this was just an example of a bottom-up AI and how we're trying to build this from the bottom. And I think we can turn to the audience, Jovan, and ask what everyone here actually understands by bottom-up AI before we actually go into more of what we're doing. So I'm going to move around. Do we have a roving mic or? Ah, there is a mic there, right? A question to you all in the room, because we promised we're going to have more of a discussion and not the 2 of us speaking for 90 minutes, which kind of defeats the whole purpose. What do you understand by bottom-up AI? Or if that doesn't sound like an interesting question, why did you join this session? What did you expect from it? Please.
Is it before or after coffee? No.
Thank you so much.
The reason I'm here is because I want to know what you think of it. Help us wrestle the idea to the ground, and we'll probably help you back.
Thank you.
The AI, ChatGPT won't reply in this way, you know. Therefore, it is really smart. Thank you. Thank you. But try to be in, as we move to the next step. Basically, Sorina explained practical use on the critical issue when universities worldwide are banning use of AI, ChatGPT. They tried with anti-plagiarism software, it doesn't work. OpenAI stopped using anti-plagiarism software. Therefore, this is not an option. Therefore, our message, and it was successfully accepted. There are some anecdotes how some professors reacted to it, but we won't mention the names. But academic community reacted, no, we are in charge. Forget AI. We said, no, AI can be interlocutor, can sharpen your thinking, as Sorina proven practically. And students love that because it can sharpen your thinking. Then we comment on the questions that AI provided, answers that provided, and say, this is good, this is stupid, this works well, this works good. Therefore, that element is critical. Now, it is going to change educational system profoundly. We are on the similar generation, let's put it this way, depending on the educational traditions, but there was a lot of learning by heart. There was a lot of listening to the ex cathedra professors in my educational sort of process. And a few professors who basically acted like ChatGPT in my end, question and answered and provide me stupid answers, stupid questions, are still people whom I can remember. Therefore, that element of conversation AI can help us. And our argument is that don't kill the messengers. Don't put your head in the sand. Let's see how AI can help us achieving critical elements of any educational system. It is improving critical thinking, it is improving creativity, and it can do. Therefore, our argument, and we can substantiate it practically, whatever we are mentioning today can be substantiated practically, is that AI can be a great help for the real education. I'm sorry, not for the Bologna style, taking the assignments and number of the credits and this and that. That's another story we can discuss. But for, I would say, the ancient Greek or Roman education about inquiry, creativity, questioning, and consider yourself as a dignified thinker who can engage in the thinking process. Now, let me. This is, for example, about Ubuntu ethos on these philosophical issues, where you can find really powerful thinking from Africa on that can enhance artificial intelligence, and basically should be codified, especially if the companies or hopefully African actors deploy AI in their context. And this is the first building block for bottom-up AI, which was the title of the session. We have to codify local traditions, practices, ideas that deal with questions of family, the question of universal individual creativity, knowledge, happiness, and whatever we ask ChatGPT today, or even more advanced system in the future. It cannot be designed only by European philosophical and thinking tradition. This is the first point on genuine bottom-up AI. The second important aspect which we have been doing at Diplo, and I have so many windows open, I will hope that is to develop, I'm sorry, to, okay. We argue that there are two points of relevance for bottom-up AI. First, it is ethically desirable because it lets us preserve our knowledge. It's not anymore just about data. It's about our knowledge. This is what defines us as individuals, as humans, as a civilization, as a culture, as a family. And we're speaking about ultimately critical discussion for the future of our society and each of us individually. And what we did, we basically said, okay, what can we do? And first we went for open source. And as you can see, there is a very critical discussion about big systems bringing the fear and danger as a risk for society, mainly by few big companies, OpenAI, Google less, few companies, usual Sam Altman and these people who are touring the Congress and places all over the world, which is a bit paradoxical situation. They created something and telling us, hey, guys, it's very dangerous. I said, okay, but stop investing in it if it is too dangerous. Of course, there is a bottom-up competition arguments, but there is something strange on a very logical level on these things. And most of them are very nervous about open source AI, except if somebody told me that he would become one of my heroes, I would be very surprised. Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg created Meta, created Llama, and they made it for their own reasons. Competition with Microsoft, with Google, and other actors. But Llama is doing quite well. And there are developments like Falcon in United Arab Emirates. There are now developments with quite a powerful model, which brings things to the relatively simple issue. And we can now discuss it. It is not that much innovation. Neural networks, they were innovation when they were introduced. But now you need basically a lot of hardware and a lot of to be friends with NVIDIA and basically to have a processing GPUs and a lot of hardware to process. If you can invest in that, you can train big models. That's another issue which makes me personally nervous. It's forget garage, forget bottom-up in that scenario. Except for time being, there are pushbacks, and it will be dynamics in this way. Therefore, the first element is open source approach. The second is you need high quality data. And that will be an interesting story because most of these companies more or less process trillions of, I don't know, whatever, books. I got a bit lost when it comes to this number over the billion, but trillion something. And now they come to the point that they cannot get any more high quality data. Therefore, they are doing so-called annotators or data labeling, mainly, you know, this Kenya case with OpenAI. There was the strike of people who were working on OpenAI data, but basically they sit next to each other, and they're basically annotating, say, for this is a bird, this is a cat, or this text is useful, this text is bad, and the other things. And I will show you how we do it at Diplo as sort of annotations. But this is, I would say, the key diagram because quantity of data is limited by definition. You know, there is this idea of AI creating data itself, but I'm not sure that it will go too far. And you have the quality of data. Therefore, quality of data will be critical. And then even with the small data, if you have high quality, you can create AI. That's basically what is going to happen in the coming years. And this is the reason why companies are very nervous. They're rushing to get into quality of data, to get it in order to capture that future competition. Now, what we do in, you can read the blog post, but what we do, we have a system which basically annotates any text. Therefore, when Sorina and I read the text, we annotate the text. And our teaching system is based on annotations. Therefore, by teaching, by doing research, we are creating high quality data. Therefore, it's integrated in the work, and I will show you practically how it works, Serena, if you don't mind. Okay, for example, you are following, obviously, developments in Middle East. You are on Al Jazeera, and you are reading the text, and you will say, I'm not now, I'm just inventing the argument. You will basically, I will use the highlight. Let me see if I'm in the Google. You will use highlight. It's, you know how it works. It's usually often does not work when it's needed. When you try to show it. It's a public. Okay. Or you can open. You annotate, and I write in annotator Sorina. What do you think about this argument? Sorina will answer this. In this case, it's public. She will answer this. She will receive the annotator, and two of us are adding a new layer on the thinking of of the text on Al Jazeera. Now, because we have been using this as a teaching method for the last 20 years. Those of you who are from Diplo alumni, they know that we were basically, I designed this method based on metaphor that I like to highlight the text and write something in annotations on the side or have a sticker. We developed this system 20 years ago, but this is now the critical system of adding the layers of the quality on the text. Now, when AI comes and see this text, ChatGPT will just process it. But in our case, if there is discussion, we'll say, aha, this paragraph is important. Sorina, Jovan asked Sorina. Sorina answered. And then Sorina and I are developing basically our very local bilateral AI, built around knowledge graphs. Therefore, we can then share it with the rest of the humanity, or keep it for ourselves, or share with Diplo, or share with you, share with the others. Therefore, our idea is that we can bring AI back to individuals and then develop big systems. Ultimately, why should I send it to the big system where I can do it, we can keep it for ourselves and then share as our human right, our right of citizens of society with the rest of society. Therefore, this is the key concept behind AI. Now, has it triggered some ideas for questions or comments? How does it work? Practicalities, anything else? It's a bit intimidating where you have to stand and to walk next to Mike, but if you can shout also, I'm fine for any question or comment. So far? No. Therefore, this is the basic idea. Return, let us preserve our knowledge. Why this knowledge that Sorina and I will create around discussion? She can comment then on what's going on today in Israel and Palestine. Why should we share it with somebody else? Why we don't preserve and then share as our knowledge? It can become much more complex when you annotate complex texts, philosophical books, other texts. This belongs to us. Then in Diplo we share it. You see, it's public. We share it because we think everything should be Creative Commons. But we are very nervous if we, because of technical facilities, have to contribute it to OpenAI or to Google or to Baidu, whoever is basically providing this system. Therefore, what happened with Google 10 years ago, or Facebook and others, when they basically commodify our data and our sort of use of internet, is now starting on much higher level with knowledge. And that's basically idea to bottom up. One thing is that we talk, and I explained you, maybe some people even got interested into this. The other question is if we can prove it in practice. And this is different. If you have a system that can prove in the practice that it can work. And that's basically what we have been doing with the bottom-up AI, returning AI back to people with all their strengths and weaknesses. Sorina?
Maybe we give one more close to a practical example of how this could be implemented. We're having these discussions in Geneva. A part of our work is to support engagement of small and developing countries in digital governance, digital diplomacy, and all these big organizations in Geneva, but also beyond. And we're interacting a lot with missions in Geneva, and we hear a lot, especially from the smaller one, how they cannot follow everything and anything because, well, there's a lot. And also how sometimes they don't have enough time to research what they have done before to actually come up with a position to present at some organization or some negotiation. So in discussions with them about this whole idea of bottom-up AI and how we can or cannot use technology, this idea also came up. Like, can a Ministry of Foreign Affairs develop its own AI system to use for their own purpose instead of, putting data into ChatGPT or Bard or whatever else, and actually rely on the wealth of knowledge they have developed over the years? And the simple answer is yes. And should they do it? Again, the simple answer would be yes, because you don't give your data to a bigger system out there and you don't rely on all other information that might be coming from different sources. but you rely on what your Ministry of Foreign Affairs has developed over the years, policy papers, document, and whatever else. And again, the question would come obviously here as well. Can you rely completely only on AI to come up with a position that your diplomat will negotiate in an intergovernmental process? No, but you can use it as a starting point to save time, because you don't have that much time to actually come up with something. So if you have a starting point and then you bring your own expertise and your own abilities, that would help. So this would be one example of how we see bottom-up AI happening and helping, in this specific example, smaller countries.
And here is, we may just display it again, if you don't mind. Here is the conclusion from the last week discussion on, well, 10 days, on the General Assembly. We processed all statements delivered, you know, President Biden, heads of states, were basically saying what do they want to do, what are their views on different issues, from climate change, Ukraine war, digital, and we asked the question, what did they say about digital? And we processed that, and we got to the report, which is very interesting report. You say, let's say, on artificial intelligence, line by line, relevance, what Barbados said, what Ethiopia, what India, what Malta, what Andorra, what Somalia, in the bullet points, what they said, and then you have also in-depth report with the statements, what each country basically, what is the transcript of the session, and what is the summary. Let's say on Albania, you can see how many words, the speech length. What is knowledge graph? I mentioned already knowledge graph is critical. You can do knowledge graph on anything. We'll be having knowledge graphs about all sessions and the IGF. This is a proximity of thinking. Could we have Sorina and myself knowledge graph about today's session? What were stances of what Albania was arguing it? What are the arguments? What is the speech itself? What is the summary of the session that was hosted by Albania? And then what was interesting, we asked also AI, based on all statements, if you put all knowledge in the General Assembly or in IGF, we'll do similar thing with the IGF. You ask the question, and what should we do to combine action on climate change and gender? I hope they're not testing the system, because now they're shifting to, let's see, I hope it will work sometimes. Okay, the system gives the question, the answer, based on the all speeches delivered in, now we won't read it, but that's basically what is delivered. And, or what was when there was a session in Security Council, we did the same thing, and then each session, you know how it's with the multi-stakeholder advisory group, you have at the beginning of the session, you have the key question, and then the answers, but also based on what parts of the speeches AI generated the text. Unlike ChatGPT, which will give you just the basically answer, we said no, we want to ask AI to tell us what parts. For example, this answer was generated on part of speeches of the professor from King's College, mainly his speech, but some other answer was generated, okay, this is Malta speech, or you can go through basically 360 questions that are based on transcript and generated around the idea of what is the climate change answer, the question Bangladesh, Nepal, Slovakia. And you suddenly realize that Bangladesh and Slovakia have something close when it comes to the discussion question is about climate change and digital commons. Therefore, you basically discover completely different event. And this will happen with IGF. Maybe we'll have, at the session on AI, there was somebody else discussing bottom-up AI, which I'm not aware of. Maybe not calling bottom-up AI, maybe calling organic AI or something like this. And you suddenly say, aha, here is a knowledge graph between Jovan, Sorina, and John, and Pietro, and Mohammed, and the other sessions. I said, okay, I didn't know that we are doing the same thing. And that's basically, I'm just giving you very concrete examples. What Sorina said, small states got really excited about it. Because you say, Djibouti had 3 diplomats in Geneva. They don't have a chance to follow the all sessions in Geneva on health, on migration, human rights. But if they have this system, they say they will receive alert, hey, by the way, Djibouti, at the working group 70, 100, you know how many working groups, at the ITU or WHO, there was discussion of relevance for your maritime security. They are very, because they are big port, they're interested in maritime security. By the way, follow that discussion. Therefore, suddenly you have equalizing aspect of AI, that it brings small states that they can take care of their sort of interests, specific interests. Therefore, we just highlighted a few options, and probably we'll close with this. We started with philosophy. This is ultimately a philosophical issue, but give you a few concrete applications in education, in diplomacy, in IGF itself. Therefore, you can follow IGF itself, and it would be interesting to hear your reflections on the quality of the report, on the ideas around it. And then about this practicalities, how it can improve, let's say, inclusion in global governance. For small countries, small organizations to follow what's going on their interests. The ultimate message is, let's return AI to citizens. Let's make it bottom up. Let's build around it, and let's find practical uses. It's enough of the big talks about ethics and AI. Here are practical uses. And last point, which is important, it was part of the title of the session, as we are discussing, let's preserve human imperfection. Because we cannot compete with machine. We should sometimes, people were critical about my title of this session, that we should let AI hallucinate as we sometimes hallucinate. And if you think about the major breakthroughs in the history of humanity, they're usually related to the time when some people had a chance to be lazy. And in ancient Greece, in, let's say, British Empire time, when all sports were invented, from soccer to tennis to all major sports, because these people had a lot of time. Others were working for them. I won't go into that. But if we can basically leave a bit of imperfection, and there is one blog post which I cannot find about need for human imperfection, we should facilitate that. We won't win the battle with machine on optimization. This is not possible. But we should preserve spaces for imperfection, for being lazy, for having time to reflect, for developing arts, for making mistakes. And this is the reason why I went to the flea market in Belgrade to search for the new Turing test. Basically, flea market traders, as you know, they're masters of human psychology. And I said that they're completely imperfect, always on the edge of the criminal milieu and the other things. And I was going through the market and asked one of the traders, who is legitimate. I asked him, okay, tell me, what do you think? Search for ultimate limits of artificial intelligence. With colleague of mine, Mishko, we've been trying to see if AI can replace experienced trader at the flea market.
Approaching a seller on a flea market can be a great way to find unique items at a reasonable price, but it's important to be aware of the potential risks of being ripped off.
Pre nego što stigneš do njih, oni te već procenjuju, rade procenu kako si obučen. Kada priđeš, onda na osnovu priče zaključuju koliko imaš para, da li si iskusan, da li nisi. Najbolje je da ostaviš utisak na njega da nemaš previše para i da nisi previše iskusan.
It's usually best to avoid revealing too much about your level of experience.
Jer ako pokušavaš da ostaviš utisak previše iskusnog, onda kod njega se javlja taj, kako se to kaže, ne strah, nego revolt i onda neće ti popusti sa cenom.
Znači ide blaga naivnost.
Blaga naivnost.
Don't be confrontational or aggressive, as this can put the seller on the defensive and make negotiations more difficult.
Nisi siguran zašto ti to eventualno treba.
Approach negotiations with confidence and a clear idea of what you're looking for.
Ostavljaš utisak, čak i ako ti treba, ti onda, znaš ono, kao, dobro, idem još jedan krug.
Well, I got confused. Trader Mishko and AI gave us very similar answers. But, and big but, AI can explain what to do. However, AI cannot act yet as a flea market trader. For time being, flea markets remain a refuge for human uniqueness. That was one of the, in my search for human imperfection, I go to the flea markets and other places and see what are going to be our niche, because we cannot compete with machines. We cannot, they will be always more optimized than us. But we have a right and we have a, I would say, duty to preserve the core humanity which has been passed to us from previous generations in all cultures, from Ubuntu to Zen to Shintoism to basically ancient Hinduism to Christianity to ancient Greece. Underlying element is that humans are in charge. And that is basically one thought which I would like to leave you with, that in this battle we will be having a tough time, but we can do it, and we show it practical how it can be done with bottom-up AI. I'm getting some sign, but my human imperfection is...
No, I'm looking at the room. I'm hoping now we can have a bit of a dialogue. So please, questions, comments, your own thoughts about your interactions with AI, how we preserve our humanity in all this, how we build bottom-up AI, how we rely on it for whatever your work is. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emanuela. I'm from Brazil, and I represent Instituto Alana, which is an organization that is focused on defending children's rights on the internet, on the environment, and focused on social justice as well. I have a few questions for you. One thing that I thought that was really interesting about the diplomatic view and the advocacy view is that these two that you guys presented, like this approach, could be really good for advocacy organizations, because they have you have a knowledge management system approach that I think that could be very helpful and contextual. But I think my question is very practical, like how to incorporate this when considering that, especially in Brazil, I see that a lot of NGOs and organizations, they are not very tech. So you said about open source. I want to know the practical side. How can we benefit from this kind of technology? I have a second question, that another issue that we face is considering how to increase voices and increase participation and in such a big world, but how can we increase participation on these matters about tech? And do you think that this approach of bottom-up could be something that could be used to organize different participation approaches from different places and, categorize knowledge in a way that could be sensitive to local perspectives, but with more, data analysis? So this is my second question. And the last question, sorry, but just to, fill up the debate.
For the others being quiet.
Sorry?
You compensate for others being quiet.
And one thing that worries me a lot is about the structural unemployment that we are seeing in the service sector. This is a sector that employs a lot of people in Brazil. So, and we see the increase of usage of chatbot and automation. So I was wondering, what are the economic perspectives of bottom-up AI that you are presenting? How can we move economic opportunities for people that are rewarding, that, that signify yeah, dignity, because we see a lot of unemployment and we don't see a lot of, anyway, I think you guys understood like the basic approach. Thank you a lot.
Thank you for excellent questions. Well, all inspiring. Let's probably start with the third one. This is exactly what I mentioned when I said instead of discussing what may happen with AI, generative artificial generic intelligence, basically killing us, which you can hear from Sam Altman and these gurus, there are things that are happening now. People are losing jobs, and there is a risk that whole generation, if I can use the slang, could be basically thrown under the bus. Not only anymore blue-collar jobs, but white-collar jobs. Lawyers, accountants, I would say many of us in this room. That's a big, big problem. And how to deal with this now and here. I hope that IGF, we can report with AI, basically what will IGF say about that, but it's a huge problem. Our argument and strong argument is that job is not only about universal income. It's a question of dignity. It's a question of realization of your potentials. It cannot be reduced of, oh, you will get the money at the end of the day and go fishing or go whatever you want to do, what makes you happy. No, this job has been throughout the civilization the way of realizing our potential and appreciating our core human dignity. Now, it's a big issue. This is why this is a social contract discussion of utmost relevance. And for example, Ubuntu civilization, African traditions are interesting. You are because I am. And there are different ways of seeing it, not just optimization, optimization, optimization. I don't have an answer, but I would say that should be on the top of the agenda or whoever discusses policy and the other issues. Do we need always to optimize? In some cases, we may step back. It will be counterintuitive. It would be difficult to promote, but we should introduce this right, human right, to be imperfect. We have that right because it defines us as humans. Therefore, that's the Surina, if you want to add anything on that.
No. Shall we take the other two questions? So we had the other one on how bottom-up AI might be able to help better representation from the underserved communities, I guess. I guess there are multiple ways. First of all, as Jovan was saying earlier, making sure that we do use knowledge from these communities when developing these AI systems. And then as we were giving the examples of small missions or these kind of smaller entities, that would be a way to help them better represented in the discussion. But what I didn't understand from your question was whether you're talking about representation in governance discussion or representation in the development of AI. Then the example we were giving with following the reporting, for instance, from the UNGA, which would then be able to alert the smaller countries, okay, this is something that might be of interest for you. This is a country that you might want to build an alliance with. So in this way, it can help foster more meaningful engagement while or where these countries cannot follow everything and anything. And then the other example we were giving, how it can help build the position to get to that meaningful engagement. And then what we usually say that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, then AI in these examples can help avoid that very unpleasant situation, especially with the smaller countries that don't afford to follow everything because of limited resources. So we do see these uses, and it's not only us, again, it's countries seeing it themselves. We have had quite a few of discussions in Geneva with smaller missions.
What just Sorina said, I think what applies to small countries, let's say in Geneva, applies to small NGOs or civil society coming from Brazil, I guess, or any other country. You don't have a human resources. I mean, Diplo delegation in this place is 3 of us in the room, and Anastasia will come. You know, comparing to other delegations, it's basically we are statistical mistake. But we will contribute to public good by this reporting. And now practically what can be done, and it's the most important, we are starting the project where we'll try to push some of ideas on civil society supported by European Union and engagement and inclusion of civil society. you basically, how would it work? Your organization deals with jobs or? Child rights, okay. You will make your map and say knowledge graph based on your documents, based on your Zoom meetings, whatever you want to put it. It will be your knowledge graph. You will just apply it on the whole analysis of IGF. And you will say, aha, here is the similar problem that people face in Uganda or in Romania or in whatever place. Therefore, suddenly, out of the transcript, you will get and you will say hints how to do it, or how to frame discussion next time for the next IGF to be more persuasive. Because you realize that this argument in child protection didn't fly at this IGF. People just brush it and say, that's not next question, you know how it works. But somebody's rhetorical approach made a wonder. Therefore, you get really deep insights into this. And you, what is beautiful, through the process, you develop AI. Because by commenting on what worked, what didn't work, you have reinforced learning. And your system is on every stage stronger and stronger. Therefore, in 2 or 3 IGFs, even with delegation of 2 people, you can have impact of organization of 200 sometimes. Because you know what is your focus, you know what are your strengths, what sessions you will follow, and what you will do practically. Therefore, that's powerful. Now, how to do it? The best way is Pavlina, my colleague, and can brief you on later on, or you can exchange details about this project that is starting in January, which will have one of the elements, how to use AI to enhance basically participation of the local communities and the other actors. And what Sorina said, by developing your knowledge graph, you will take specificities of Brazil, and it will be element which won't be generic child safety or child rights, which is developed by big system. No, it will be specific to Brazil or even local communities. I don't know. Rio, I don't know Brazil very well, but specific problems that exist in communities. Therefore, well, from the problem of future work, of jobs, which is big issue, to what Sorina explained about developing system, to practicalities, contact Pavlina and you can join some activities or project. I think we have a partner from Brazil as well, and that could work in this way practically. And it's very important that we are practical on AI, otherwise discussion will be too theoretical. Let's see if you inspire some other questions or comments. Critical ones, challenges, we need to we have some, or you're just playing with your hair, you know? You know? Okay. Good. No questions, everything is clear?
Or extremely confusing.
Or extremely confusing, you know?
I'm just wondering what you're learning about the bigger systems, so that are there ways in which you are giving them feedback, or ways in which you are noticing sort of systemic problems that really ought to be addressed in the models themselves?
Well, bigger systems are big. And they're big not only in the number of the data they process or money they attract, but also they basically don't listen to small guys like us. They have important things to finish, to go to US Congress or EU Parliament or Chinese, whatever place they discuss this issue, or therefore there is a bit of arrogance, element of hubris, I would say, which could be dangerous because it's not only their business, it's also our business about our future and our knowledge. We found it a bit, you know, in any technology you have magic. I still remember when I first was using a mobile phone, it was a magic. Technology is a bit magical. That's internet and the other things. For us, we are now typing, but when you think, there is element of magic. Now, AI brings magic on steroids. And Sam Altman can go, I'm mentioning him very often because I'm very critical about this use, and say, oh guys, AI will eat us for breakfast. I'm using this sort of, I said, okay, but why, how, when? Give us something. We cannot trust you just on these words. I mean, you have to, and first, let's discuss jobs today. Let's discuss disinformation. Let's discuss destroyment of the public spaces, online spaces with the AI contributes to it. It's not only AI. We found that problematic discussion, and especially non-explainability or partial explainability of neural networks adds to the magic. We put something, AI does something, and you get something. And this is why we insist always to have the source of the answer of the question. Yes, here is a source. And this is the first step. We don't know how AI got this answer, but we know, and ChatGPT can know that, and Bard and Baidu and the others, they can know what were the sources for that answer. This is already the first step. Therefore, we see a lot of lack of transparency, confusion, and I'm afraid to say that it will be fertile ground for the conspiracy theories. Because when you are just saying, well, trust us, we want to regulate you, and don't ask questions, just trust what we are telling you, and then you basically, for me personally, I have a problem with that. I don't think that things cannot be explained, at least source of your conclusion. I know neural network is not easy to explain technically. I have a colleague who is into AI, and he said, listen, be careful when you go to these IGFs of the UN. If you introduce explainability of neural networks, half of us will be in the jail. And I said, okay, there are realistic concerns, but there are things that can be done. That's my sort of criticism of big systems.
And to add on that a bit, if I may just reinforce one of your points, in all these discussions about AI governance, you've probably followed Sam Altman and a few of the other big guys saying, yes, it's a huge mess that we've created. Well, they don't really say we've created, but AI is coming with all these challenges and it's going to break the world and destroy us and this and that, and we need to regulate. But if you look carefully at this discussion on we need to regulate, what they're saying is we need to regulate future AI, not the AI we as big companies have developed, but future AI. So let us do our things, we'll continue doing the best, and you should worry about the future. And I think that's problematic, and I think we should hold them more to account to what's happening right now. As Jovan was saying, we have problems right now with AI that we should be solving before looking at the future. Not saying we shouldn't worry about the future and what might happen, but maybe put more resources into what's happening right now and how we address today's challenges. And that would be it.
I'm looking for one presentation which we may share later on, where we are basically, here it is. I was recently in Brussels. Obviously, they're preparing the new regulation, and we said, okay, let's see what does it mean to regulate AI. You regulate hardware, you regulate data, you regulate algorithms, and you're the first to see it publicly. We didn't show because there was some problem with PowerPoint during that session. And we regulate apps. What does it mean practically? What do you regulate? For example, as Sorina said, you can't hear Sam Altman saying regulate apps or even data. Why they are not showing sources? Obviously, if you find a book which is copyrighted as a source, there will be a problem. As you know, there are already court cases in the United States against OpenAI. Or hardware computing power, where things are happening with the NVIDIA and the GPUs. What do you regulate? Read carefully next time when you listen to Sam Altman. You can't find except, regulate AI capabilities. What does it mean? Basically, we created these capabilities. Let us stop the other developments. And basically, I'm now a bit cynical. Let's have monopoly on this. I said, no. That's against competitive market. It's against creativity. It's against other issues. But there are problems that we have to deal with. How apps can be misused. How people can be thrown out of the jobs. How disinformation can be generated. You know the whole stories. It's a part of public discussion. But where do we regulate? You can't hear companies talking about data. That's non-existent. they are already concentrated on this blue one, which is basically vague. They avoid apps, red one, because this is very concrete, you know. And hardware, it's more geopolitical discussion these days between US, China, and these big players who is going to have hardware capability to process data. We'll be publishing soon an article on this to bring of clarity. When I started, winter of excitement, spring of metaphors, summer of reflections, autumn of clarity. There could be disagreements, but let us not misuse the magic of technology of AI. Magic is important. It can inspire. But let's not misuse it. Let's basically keep the magic of technology while discussing governance issues where they are. That's it.
Looking again at the room.
It's always this sort of tension in the air. We want questions. No, we don't want to force you to ask the questions. We have 10 minutes more?
No, we have 25 more
25 minutes. Okay, let's listen, let's chat in the corridors. If there are no other questions or comments. Oh, okay, you have two questions on this side. I hope it is not forced question because we are asking for the questions, no? No, go ahead.
No, it's, I was thinking, sorry,
and
you introduce myself. I'm Julia. I am a youth from Brazil. I am with my delegation here. And I was thinking when you were talking about Ubuntu and other societal aspects of the philosophy behind AI, or what could be the philosophy behind AI, and I got me wondering if there is any initiative to use AI as a means to preserve and to develop small communities' history and culture, and have them not to be lost into the translation that we are experiencing of losing practical and physical knowledge and ways of sharing knowledge, like families are being estranged by the recent modern changes, that they are moving too much, they are being displaced by like technology and opportunities, job opportunities, and so on. How is there an initiative or a group or an entity towards preserving small cultures, or at least not small cultures, but trying to bring access to small cities or small communities to try and update and upload their knowledge and basically their knowledge, outstep their knowledge. But we can also imagine that a knowledge of villages, of small cities, can comprehend into physical practices, agricultural practices, and stories and mythology and so on. Because I have a personal that's also a personal question for me, because I think about how are we losing. I'm from Brazil. How much we're losing from being away from the countryside, and having the cities expand and the countryside shrink, although the countryside is the majority of our landmass.
Great. I think it's an excellent question. The short answer is yes. And I'll give you, but let me give you an example of deploy. I always try to start with myself. We are a small organization. We have our, let's say, we are a small community somewhere in Amazonia, where we basically live in the river, and we had a culture. And we had to deal with the questions that every humans have to deal with: the question of family, love, purpose of life, what do you do after you die, what do you do with your kids, and these things. This is a knowledge. This is very valuable knowledge. Maybe not codified in the books of big philosophers, but this is core knowledge. Can it be saved? Yes. Should it be saved? Yes. Are there initiatives to save it? No. Why is it the case? I can't tell you, but it's very sad because we are losing on this diversity of humanity, and I don't think that there is a hierarchy of knowledge and experience. Maybe money and power is not equally distributed, but human capability to innovate is distributed. And that's basically how it can be done. Now, is there initiative? No. Can it be done with open source tools? Yes. Is it easy to do? Technically, yes. Organizationally, no. Because you have to change the habits and you have to change quite a few things, but not undoable. Is there interest to support it? No. Well, you will hear here many inclusion, cultural diversity, but when it comes to concrete things, there is no action. And I think countries like Brazil should push, especially the new government, I think it's keen on the diversity, should push organizations like UNESCO to do something, to preserve the knowledge by using AI. And that, what is your name? Julia. It could be Julia's initiative. We have a question from colleague here. Could you just, well, the process is that you have to stand next to the mic. Please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Nicodemus Nyakundi. I'm from Kenya. I've come under the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability. I work in KictaNet under digital accessibility, more specifically for persons with disabilities. So there's something that has been disturbing my mind and I really need to understand when it comes to AI, more so that AI has not deviated so much from the normal approach towards machines and computers, like it is based on input and output models. So we have AI that is mostly trained on perfect data. I call it perfect because it is a predetermined data and data that is considered to be normal. But we want that AI to work with the imperfect human, a human who makes errors. So also we have to recognize the good thing is that we make mistakes, but then as humans, we resolve back to correct the mistakes. So my question is, what approach should we take to ensure that the AI is as human as us, and that it can work with persons with disabilities, and ensure that they also contribute to basic life needs for persons with disabilities, so that it does not create more of a marginalization, because it will come into with the interface of, say, defining another form of perfect, of which not all of us are. Thank you.
Serena? Let me unpack the few issues. One about people with disabilities. AI offers possibilities, serious possibilities. We are seeing it with transcribing, with the other issues with people with disabilities. Again, people with disabilities are not prominent yet in AI debates. And here again, small communities could ask actors like UN to check their disability quality, how people with disabilities can access. We recently have some study, and we are going to check diplomatic websites, how disability friendly they are. And that's, I would say, that push has to be strong from the bottom up communities and other actors. This is the first question. Should we make AI look like us? That's a philosophical issue, and I'm not sure. I would preserve AI as a tool in the mindset. It will be a powerful tool, but always a tool, which Sorina used during the course this summer to enhance learning. To have it always as a good tool, as a good, not to have it as a master, but to have it as our servant. That's very important mentally. That will be powerful servant, which may revolt and which may say, okay, I want to have some power over it, but that's basically I would keep it. Obviously, we'll try to mimic, it excites us. If you read the Frankenstein from the Mary Shelley, this is the best example. Basically, Dr. Frankenstein, wanted to create a perfect creature. And that creature, if you can recall the book, was created to be good. And then it went out of the lab and people were afraid and people became aggressive. And then creature reacted and get nasty, basically, how we now perceive Dr. Frankenstein. This is where I'm, for example, very uneasy with anthropomorphizing AI, putting it as a humans, because it's as exciting. You can have a nice event. People are excited. Oh, Sophia, what is the name of all of these robots? Fortunately, I don't see any Sophia at the IGF. Oh, Sophia can answer your question. And they said, no. What we do, we have a coffee machine as AI. It had the first session for those of you who were in IGF Berlin 2019. It was participant in one session. You can search IGF coffee machine. That's element which we have to be very careful. Otherwise, we will finish like a creature of Dr. Frankenstein, because we will think that that creature is creating us problems. But I here made one suggestion. If the IGF gives you a chance to be a bit imperfect, and I share it here on the screen, you can go to the philosopher's path here in Kyoto. I heard it's a nice walk. Run away, be a bit imperfect. Don't be at all sessions, except thank you for coming for our session. But here is the leading Japanese philosopher who basically studied, who used to have a walk through this philosopher path. And you can see that he was reflecting on society, on purpose, on happiness, on other issues. I don't know if you are going to have somebody from philosophy department at Kyoto University, which was one of the best in Japan, but that would be an interesting discussion. Back to tradition of Ubuntu, coming from Kenya, okay, it's more towards south, but all that tradition of us belonging to collectivity and being the part of being empowered by collective, by family, by our surrounding. That's the answer to the practical answer. If the weather will be nicer, go to the. We don't have a cherry blossom. That was, I will criticize AI organizers why it is not in April but we can get back to Kyoto for this. But Philosopher's Path is an interesting place where this guy is walking like Kant used to walk in. Now the Kaliningrad, it was at that time. Prussian city, you know, the famous Immanuel Kant, he was walking every day, same route. He was only late one day, and that's mystery, pettiness of philosophical discussion why he was late. But I forgot the name of this Japanese philosopher. Nishikida Kitaro is basically the best Chinese philosopher. I plan to read more carefully and see what we can learn from him about AI, and basically develop this discussion further. And my call for imperfection, try to discover this lovely city. You will have anyway Diplo's reporting, therefore you can read what was happening. But should I be official on this point? No. I will get in trouble with the secretariat and these things. And thank you for coming. Let's walk the talk and enjoy the corridors and chats and basically continue this interesting debate about bottom-up AI and our right to be humanly imperfect. Thank you. Thank you, Serena.
Now? Yeah, you can hear me now, yeah? Thank you a lot for bearing with our last technical checkups. So my name is Javier Ruiz. I'm a senior advisor on digital rights for Consumers International, which is a global coalition of consumer organizations from all around the world. We have 200 members in over 100 countries. And we're here today together with Consumers Japan and the APC, the Association of Progressive Communications. And we put this workshop together to, as you saw, to try to start promoting some collaboration in the region around the issues of data governance. Because as we see, the Asia-Pacific region has got a lot to contribute and it's got a lot of ideas and proposals for how data should work, which are quite influential globally. And we think that we want to see more discussion from consumer groups and grassroots organizations on this topic, and also to connect these debates with some of the discussions taking place elsewhere. So we have some colleagues here from Austria and from elsewhere coming to also talk about what's happening. So I'm going to let Amy Kato to introduce Consumers Japan, and then Paula. And then after the brief introductions, we will start with the speakers. And just to give a very brief order of the day, we are not going to keep a totally regimented timetable. We are going to try to be flexible, but the idea is roughly that we are going to have 1 hour of presentations and discussion on the various data governance initiatives and policies that are taking place in the Asia-Pacific region, which includes the cross-border privacy rules, the IPF, DEPA, Digital Economic Partnership, and similar. Then we will have a second block of roughly, possibly an hour, although we may start getting shorter as we go along, looking at national context and what is happening in Japan, what's happening in Korea, and what's happening in other countries in the region. And then the final block would be more like a collective discussion to try to organize some follow-up interventions. So one of the things that we want to see is not just a discussion here today, but trying to get some idea for where consumer and digital rights organizations should intervene, trying to engage with policymakers on these topics. So I will let now, just after a brief overview, I will let Amy Kato. You want to just introduce Consumer Japan?
Hi, my name is Amy Kato from Consumers Japan. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Paula Martins. I am Policy Advocacy Lead and Program Manager at the Association for Progressive Communications, APC. APC is a networked organization. We have members members and associates in 103. I'm sorry, I'm going to start again because I really got confused with the numbers. So bear with me, it's jet lag. So APC is a networked organization, and now I'm going to get the numbers right. So what we have are 103 members and associates in 74 countries. Apologies for that, including some of which are here in the room today and collaborating with this conversation. We have 24 members in Asia. Most of these members are in the global majority countries, and they are very diverse members. We all work on the intersections between social, environmental, and gender justice and technology. So they are, broadly speaking, digital rights groups. But they really are diverse in terms of the focus that they have in the work that they are doing at the national and the regional level. Data is key to a number of them in different ways. So you have gender organizations, you have environmental organizations looking at digital issues where data is a critical element of the advocacy and the policy, the capacity building that they are doing. So this is central to the discussions that are taking place within our network. And we were really happy to join efforts with Consumers International to put together this session. Our view, our idea is really to create a space to share info, to learn more about what's going on in relation to data governance in the region, but also to promote more synergy, including among us, and the idea of bringing together our networks, our partners working on consumers' rights and digital rights, so that we can explore concrete joint actions, maybe following up to this discussion. So thank you all for being here and joining us today. It is a pleasure to be here in Kyoto.
Thank you, Paola. So now, our first presentation today is going to be Dr. Minako Morita Jaeger, who's a senior research fellow at on international trade at the University of Sussex in the United Kingdom, and she's going to give us an overview of the data governance from there based on her research. So please, Minako.
Thank you, Javier. The PowerPoint. Oh yes, lovely. And you can, yeah, you can change when I. Oh yeah. Then maybe I can ask you. Oh. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Minako Morita Jaeger. I'm based in the UK. I just came to Japan 2 days ago, and I'm still suffering jet lag. If I fall in sleep in the middle of my talk, give me a shot, but very gently, please. I'm going to just give you a very, the wider picture of what is going on at the international level. I'm working at the University of Sussex. Also, we had the kind of think tank with a co-established together with the Chatham House. We had the UK Trade Policy Observatory, where I'm doing the research policy research for that, and then also that is Center for Inclusive Trade Policy. We are promoting the trade policy for all stakeholders equally. And because I'm trade policy expert, I'd like to just explain the kind of the linkage between the data governance and trade as well. First of all, I think you know very well, but what is data governance? And the definition here is maximizing opportunities while protecting the rights. That is governance. And then, but according to World Bank, sorry, it's not from the United Nations, but not only good data management, but establishing norms and rules about rights, principles, and obligation around the use of data. Multi-stakeholder approach is a key for the data governance. This is why we are gathering here today. So when we think about data governance, so this is a kind of welcome to the world of tech hegemony. So in academia, that we had a kind of general understanding the 3 types of data governance. First, it's the left side, the EU. This is a human-centric approach of human rights. It's a fundamental right of the EU constitution. And the EU is more kind of the promoting the, more for protecting the human rights, and then also the fair competition, and then platform content moderation, so that all stakeholders equal benefit from the digital economy. And the opposite, or the kind of sort of the contrast, is the US type of approach. This is market-driven approach. So that gives really minimum or almost zero government intervention, and the market is everything, and giving the kind of freedom to conduct business. So free economy, digital economy. and then giving a kind of self-regulatory framework regime. That is, but a base of the principle here is free speech. It's not a little bit different type of approach. It's in comparison with the EU. It's a free speech. It's not human right, but a free speech is a really key for the United States. And then government is kind of taking sort of the partnership, very close partnership with the big tech companies to promote these digital economic strategy. Then lastly, China. China takes the state-driven approach. The government seeks to achieve the technological dominance at the international level and then promoting data sovereignty. That means the Communist Party, China Communist Party, really promoting strong surveillance over its citizens and then sort of control people's freedom for the sake of the political agenda or propaganda. So this is the three types, and they are fighting each other horizontally and then also vertically. For example, because of tech hegemony, the American companies doing business in China fighting with the Chinese government, or just gave up market, Chinese market coming back to the US, or vice versa, and then Chinese companies in the US have to give up the US market because of this enhancing the increasing technological rivalry between China and the US. So the one thing that's, in addition to these three major type of the data governance we see at the international level, I also would like to add the one more kind of the group, which is Asia Pacific countries. That is, I would say, the Asia Pacific country is taking the trade-centric approach, I would say. That means over the last several years, like in Australia, Singapore, New Zealand, and also the Japan, and then Korea, promoting the digital trade agreements or digital trade chapter inside the free trade agreements, and then try to promote free data flow. And but the difficulty here is because of trade agreement is something that promoting trade, it's really the real priority. So the balance with the data privacy, fair competition, intellectual property rights, and that is really sort of the second layer of the objective. And then what is they are so far creating the FTA is really focusing on the free data flow, and openness does matter. So that means now that we are talking about it from this morning, Minister Minister Taro said, well, DFFT, data free flow with trust, and that is really sort of, it's not compatible from the trade policy perspective. This is more from the data free flow per se. So trust, how to just create trust under the trade framework is really now getting to the very difficult point. I think then other speakers may just talk more about the free trade agreements later. And but the thing I would like to say is, as I said, that there is a three type of data governance at international, US, EU, Chinese type, but this market-driven approach is something that from 1990s, US government, that time is Clinton's the administration, promoting internet freedom agenda. And then that's really embedded in the trade agreement. Like the one thing is, for example, CPTPP, the provision is drafted by Google, actually. And so this is really the tech giant. Is what we would like to do is this way, is really written in the CPTPP. So this CPTPP became the base of the digital trade agreement these days. So on when we just look at the international, perspective, there's a trade agreement, which is a sort of the giving transparency, but on the other hand, more market-driven approach. And when we look at the countries by countries, even having the countries among the countries which had a very sort of the deep digital trade provisions, they are taking completely different approach in terms of domestic data governance. For example, when we look at the regulatory perspective, this is the left side up. This is a sort of government's legal regime around data uses and then reuses. For example, CPTPP, FTA, recently United Kingdom joined the CPTPP, but comparing with other CPTPP members, regulatory framework that the UK is really the best, and then especially the data governance, European countries have very good quality or the high quality data governance, so that the UK is really the top among the CPTPP countries. When we look at the responsible, look at the UK is really 100%, but other countries in the CPTPP is almost nothing, especially like the emerging countries, like such as Chile, Malaysia, Peru, Mexico. It's really, they don't have the responsibility. They don't promote such as a data charter, responsible AI initiative, and so on. They don't have this kind of the law or regulation inside the countries. And then when we look at participatory, this is the stakeholders, to what extent wide variety of stakeholders participate in the policy making. Again, then the United Kingdom is 100, and then Australia, New Zealand, somehow that Canada more transparent, but other countries not really. The stakeholders cannot participate, are not fully or not at all participate in trade policy, are not data governance making. And then finally, international level, this is to see to what extent the government join efforts to establish shared governance rules like convention, the Human Rights Convention. Again, here, even Singapore, which is really the lead promoter of the International Trade Agreement in digital chapter, is they are lacking the kind of human rights protection perspective. So what I'd like to say is today the free data flow with trust is something it's very important, but still political level. And when we look at the domestic level, also the horizontal battle between the three major giants is in practice promoting or implementing free data flow with trust is very difficult, and especially the role which trade agreement plays is very limited, and also given a kind of the challenging the way that the WTO free trade agreement is more that looking at human data protection is sort of the way to just the non-tariff measures, we say, the obstacle for the market access. So we don't know. This is why that we have to think about how we promote free data flow with trust with a wide variety of stakeholders engagement. So interoperability is something that we really have to start or promote from the bottom-up level. It's not the top-down, but the norms and then after free data flow with trust is also the very different interpretation among countries. So I stop here.
So thank you so much. So Minako has given us an overview of the issues around data governance, and particularly as she has described, how connected they are to digital trade, which is one of the really important frameworks to understand this space. Now we are going to start going through some of the main data governance spaces and initiatives in the region, and now Jamel here, he's going to give us an overview of the CBPR, so I'm going to change the slides here. Hopefully. Yeah. You have the Minako, have the remote. So.
Thank you, Javier, and good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Jam Jacob. I'm from the Philippines, and I'm here representing the Foundation for Media Alternatives. It's a civil society organization working on that shared space between human rights and technologies. So as Javier mentioned, my task for this moment at least is to provide an overview of the Asia Pacific Economic Forum's CBPR system, or cross-border privacy rules system, which is one of those mechanisms currently in place that's supposed to regulate in some way the flow of information, personal data in particular. So we have been talking about data governance. So as far as the APEC CBPR is concerned, it zeroes in on one aspect of data governance, which is the flow of information. So briefly, the CBPR is actually as I mentioned earlier, was developed by the APEC. It was launched basically around 2011, and it is still currently in place, but as I will be discussing in a bit, its future actually is quite in question given this other system that has just been launched in the middle of last year. So what is the APEC cross-border privacy rules system? So in a nutshell, it's a certification system developed by the 21-member APEC group. And the objective here is essentially to facilitate the free flow of information. So that's a familiar phrase that we've been hearing so far during our short time here today, to facilitate the free flow of information, at least among those economies participating in this particular system. Free flow, while at the same time ensuring there is supposedly adequate data protection or data privacy measures. So how does the APEC CBPR system work? So if you are an organization that's based in any of these, at least 9 member economies currently participating in this system, you can get yourself certified rather, and by doing so, once you become certified, you are essentially able to, at least this is the idea, you are essentially able to transfer personal data to another certified organization in another APEC economy that's participating in the CBPR system. So, so that's essentially the benefit that you get if you become certified. Now, how do you become certified? It's essentially through an assessment. And this assessment has 2 components. The first one is basically self-assessment. you are given a questionnaire as an organization. You are given a questionnaire by one of these so-called accountability agents. And the objective of this questionnaire is to determine how much your data protection policies and practices measure up or are aligned with the so-called program requirements. So these program requirements of the CBPR system, we can more or less look to them as the standards against which all certified organizations are assessed or are evaluated. And then, once you are done accomplishing this questionnaire, you turn it over to that accountability agent, and this accountability agent also performs an independent assessment. So more or less, it verifies or checks how accurate your own self-assessment was in terms of your ability to meet the so-called program requirements. Then after this two-part process, if the accountability agent is satisfied, it recommends that your organization be granted or be given such certification. So it recommends to the APEC body, that group within the APEC, to provide you with that certification. And then once that is done, your name as an organization and a few other details pertaining to your certification is displayed on the APEC website. Now, just two other things to complete, I suppose, that picture is who are these accountability agents? They may consist of private entities as well. You apply to become an accountability agent with your government or whoever within your country is responsible for your country's or your economy's participation in the CBPR system. It is possible for a government agency to become an accountability agent, so that is very much an option as well. And then finally, how do you become as an economy? How do you become a participant to this system? You also apply to the APEC privacy subgroup, and they screen your application. I don't think it's that complicated. We don't have enough time to go over the specific requirements, but suffice to say, it has its 4 requirements as a country, as an economy. If you want to participate, you comply with those 4 requirements, and that essentially jumpstarts the process of you joining this particular system. So next. Okay, so given that this is how the CBPR system works, what have parties so far seen as the so-called benefits of participating in this system? For proponents, certainly, they say that by taking part in this system, as an organization, you are able to present some tangible proof that you are at least committed to upholding data protection or data privacy within your organization, and specifically when you carry out data transfers across borders. It helps also, as far as governments are concerned, this supposedly benefits them as well, because it more or less identifies which are those organizations that have that are more or less likely to comply with their own respective data protection laws in any given particular country that's participating in the system. Second is it creates a common set of standards. As we all know now, while the GDPR stands out certainly among this growing number of data protection laws around the world, there is that clamor already to have one set of standards so as to make compliance, especially among businesses, among organizations, easier. So by having the CBPR system in place, those so-called program requirements, they represent that common set of standards. Of course, whether those standards are effective or insufficient, that's a different conversation altogether. And then finally, proponents also say that this system, this mechanism is good because it does not disrupt local regulatory environments. And by that we mean If you have a data, for example, if we use Japan as an example, Japan has its own data protection law. By participating in the CBPR system, it does not in any way change the regulatory requirements of the domestic data protection law. If you are required to perform or to observe specific regulatory obligations, none of those change. You are still required to comply with all of those things, even if you are a Japanese organization that is certified under this particular system. Now, with those as benefits, critics and other observers also have noted a lot of issues or problems with this particular system. One is it does not actually provide adequate data protection. The CBPR system has the APEC privacy framework as its main guidance document, if you will. And the APEC privacy framework is essentially rooted in the OECD FAIR information principles, which dates back to 1980, if I'm not mistaken. As pointed out by a lot of critics, while the OECD principles have actually been updated, I think it was in 2013, the APEC privacy framework has not. It has remained stagnant since it was developed around 2003 or 2004. So there's that. And then you have dismal buy-in among even the APEC members. So APEC has 21 members and only 9 currently are participating in the CBPR. It actually has a partner system, which is the privacy recognition for processor system. And that one focuses on data processors. And that one only has 2 participants. I think that would be the US and Singapore. So I guess that also shows or is indicative of how effective this system is if even among APEC members, that even half see it fit to participate in this mechanism. So what signal does it provide to others? It lacks positive influence on domestic laws. I think many would consider the GDPR as currently the gold standard as far as data protection laws is concerned. And this much is evident when we see all of these new data protection laws cropping up all over the world and certainly in our region in Southeast Asia. And the influence of the GDPR is very much evident. But because of the nature of the CBPR, of APEC CBPR, wherein it does not supposedly change any of the existing data protection laws and does not compel any government participating in the system to change their existing data protection laws. So it has very limited positive impact as well. There is that underrepresentation of civil society. So while this is mainly backed by the government, it requires significant participation by the private sector, especially when we consider that accountability agents actually are mostly part of the private sector themselves. And civil society is mostly left out of the conversation. So if we are talking about the 3 types of data governance mentioned earlier, one would think that civil society would be the ones to push more for a human rights-centric type of governance. But because they are left out of the conversation for the most part, we see the second type of governance more evident here, which is the market-driven one. As far as the legality and enforcement of legal challenges, the issue here also can be traced to the APEC itself, because the APEC, unlike other regional organizations, it has no charter, it has no constitution to speak of. It's not a treaty. So any mechanism it develops is mostly consensus-based. So there are no existing mechanisms that would really, strong mechanisms at least, that would really compel governments to abide by the requirements of this system. And more so, those organizations actually certified under this system. And then there is the question of fragmentation. this is actually quite ironic in the sense that proponents of the CBPR system, because they say that it creates a common set of standards, they say that it tends to solve or at least helps avoid fragmentation by providing that common set of standards. But if you look at the CBPR itself, uh, because it is focused only in data controllers and you would require another system, the PRP I mentioned earlier, to also deal with data processors. So it is also inherently fragmented, unlike other systems or mechanisms in place that already takes into account data controller, data processor relationships, and all these different permutations. And then finally, there is that issue of cost. It's not actually cheap to get yourself certified, and and it was not very easy for us to look for actual figures to determine how much it costs. But there is this at least one accountability agent based in the US that provides a rough estimate. So they say that it takes an organization over there between $15,000 to $40,000 to get itself certified. In Singapore, they only provide the $400 amount to as I think it was an application fee, but the assessment fee itself, there is no figure that we were able to secure to provide again a general estimate of how much it costs to get yourself certified, for instance, if you were in Singapore. And before I end, I would allocate just this one slide about the Global Cross-Border Privacy Rules Forum. So why is this relevant when we're talking about the APEX CBPR? Well, as I mentioned earlier, this was established just last year in 2022. And it is important because it is essentially a replica of the APEX CBPR system and its partner system, the PRP systems. Very much a replica in the sense that the same countries who are now participating in the APEX CBPR, actually the same countries also behind the establishment of the Global Privacy Rules Forum, with the exception of Mexico. And then all its elements, at least so far, because they're still in the process of developing it with additional details. So far, what we've seen is that all the different mechanisms, the elements of APEX CBPR have also been transplanted to the global forum. Even the accountability agents recognized under the CPPR, they will be automatically recognized also under the global CBPR forum. There are some small or changes or differences, like in the forum, they now recognize two types of participants. You have members and then you have associates. Associates are essentially economies or countries that are looking to become members but are not yet immediately ready to do so. And the example we have right now is the UK, who have actually not just signified, I think, but they are actually, if I'm not mistaken, already an associate of the Global CBPR forum. And what else? Yeah, so that's essentially why this is critical, because, or is at least a very important part of the conversation, because if the Global CBPR forum actually progresses, the question of sustaining still the APEX CBPR becomes very valid. Why still maintain the APEX CBPR when you already have this system, a new system which is broader in scope in operation? But for the moment, at least, these same countries behind the APEX CBPR and Global CBPR Forum make it very clear that these two systems are independently operated. So supposedly, they do not affect how the other operates. But yeah, we'll have to look again at this particular situation in the future, depending on how much things progress as far as the Global CBPR Privacy Rules Forum are, what happens to it. If you are interested more in additional details about the APEX CBPR and to some extent the Global Privacy Rules Forum, we already have the report available on that URL that you can see on the screen, and you can download it yeah, later. Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, we will share the with all of you. I mean, we'll put those URLs in the Zoom, and we'll also share them with you if you at the end of the meeting, if you want. We'll give you all the URLs. So this was a look at the CBPR, which is one of the systems that is trying to become a global standard for data. Now we are going to hear another presentation for another system that is not, I mean, it's not the same, it's not, but it's also being used as an example for what could be an approach to global data governance, which is the Digital Economic Partnership Agreements, the DEPA model. So we are going to have a presentation coming in online from Pablo Trigo Kramczak, who is going to speak from Chile, and I think he will be joining in directly. So I think I'm just going to switch off this mic as soon as we confirm that we got their audio.
Can you hear me? Okay, Javier?
Yes, I think we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes? Javier, can you hear me?
Yeah, I
okay,
don't.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, my name is Pablo Trigo. I'm a researcher at the University of Chile, Faculty of Law, and I'm going to present some briefly some of the elements and main findings of a report that we have prepared on the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement on its approach to cross-border data flows issues. And well, this study has been developed thanks to the support of the Digital Trade Alliance. First, some context. In the modern data-centric digital economy, as you know, the collection, processing, and sharing of personal data plays a central role, and data flows are a foundation of international digital trade. And despite the increasing relevance of this topic, it's not yet possible to achieve an international consensus to comprehensively tackle this the diverse aspects of digital trade at the multilateral level. As a result, it has become more common to find digital trade provisions incorporated into new FTAs, resulting in what is often described as a spaghetti bowl on regulation in the digital trade sphere. Privacy and data protection concerns have gained increased prominence in negotiations, but the intricacies of data governance make the landscape quite complex. What further complicates matters is that the three major global players, the United States, the European Union, and China, adopt distinct approaches to data governance. There was mentioned before by other speakers. That is very clear. The US take a sectoral approach, allowing businesses to set rules and regulate privacy. The European Union strictly safeguards personal data under fundamental rights law and through comprehensive domestic regulations. And the approach offers a robust personal data protection and is not open for negotiation. On the other hand, China has implemented strict regulations for personal data protections, aiming to boost its data-driven economy and internal security. The Asia-Pacific countries have adopted some of the most advanced agreements focused on digital trade, such as the US-Japan Digital Trade Agreement, the Singapore-Australia Digital Economy Agreement, the SADIA, and the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, the DEP. But it's also important to keep in mind that, for example, the CPTPP contains an e-commerce chapter that applies to measures that affect trade by electronic means, a concept not defined. including provisions on personal information protection and cross-border transfer of information by electronic means, among other issues. Well, DIPA. DIPA was signed in 2020 among Chile, New Zealand, and Singapore, and is one of the first comprehensive international agreements on digital commerce. And during the negotiation process of these agreements, parties constantly refer to their intention to delineate an adequate framework for the progressive, reliable, and safe implementation of emerging technologies, including the governance of certain activities that underpin these technologies, such as cross-border data transfers. Nonetheless, many DIPA provisions refer to non-binding commitments, starting points, or preliminary roadmaps for future collaboration. In this sense, DIPA has been especially considered and designed as a pathfinder to influence and contribute to multilateral trade negotiations on digital trade by means of its flexible language and modular structure. It's to be noted also that DIPA parties envisioned this instrument as a model for possible WTO e-commerce initiatives, as well as digital economy efforts within the APEC Forum and other international bodies. But what are the main question that this report are trying to solve, to address, is that in this scenario, the question arises whether DIPA, one of the pioneering comprehensive international agreements on digital trade, could be considered a pathfinder in shaping global rules for cross-border data flows. DIPA is frequently considered an innovative FTA, especially in terms of its adaptable design and modular approach. And in this sense, new parties can determine the extent of their commitment without being bound to fully embrace the entirety of this agreement, of its provisions. Well, the key elements of this that we keep in mind when developing this report, this study, is this research, is that the purpose of this study was to analyze how the DIPA approach can shape and guide future negotiation and international governance rules on cross-border data flows, and to determine whether DIPA provisions constrain governments from adopting their own standards on personal data transfers, identifying the possible added value of DIPA provisions. When examining taking to rules concerning data flows governance, DIPA closely aligns with the approach championed by the United States during the TPP negotiation, and that were the basis of the CPTPP agreement. Even though the United States is not a participant in the CPTPP, well, the provisions of its provisions draw heavily from the TPP, where the US played a significant role in shaping the negotiation process. This similarity might be attributed to the brief negotiation period for DIPA. It took just some months, which inevitably required drawing heavily on existing agreements. For future accession process, this factor to replicate the format and the language contained in other agreements, especially the TPP, the CPTPP, is problematic. Countries that are not signatories to the CPTPP may have reservations about adopting these provisions for many reasons, political, economic, and social. And this circumstance could affect the possibility for that certain countries seeking to join DIPA accept all its modules. It should be noted that DIPA provisions related to governance of data flows contained in Article 4.3 affirm the parties' previous levels of commitment contained in other agreements. This is crucial, this is very important. And among other effects, this will imply a reference to the commitments made by the three original signatories to DIPA in the CPTPP, to which they are also part. Regarding our main findings in this research, we can see that the DIPA rules governing cross-border data flows take verbatim CPTPP cross-border transfer of information provision, also firming parties' previous letters of commitment containing in notary. As highlighted in our report, this situation can pose significant challenges. Questions arise about which prior agreements will set parties' level of commitments relating to cross-border transfers, especially when there may exist inconsistent or contradictory rules at this point. The complexity becomes more accentuated when considering countries that are not part of the CPTPP. And this factor could affect the chances of new DIPA parties embracing all these models. Despite DIPA personal information protection provisions contained in Article 4.2 being more detailed than the CPTPP text, they fail to set a minimum standards. And furthermore, DIPA strongly promotes interoperability through the adoption of mutual recognition and mutual recognition of voluntary self-regulatory approaches, which could be considered in some way equivalent to the implementation of comprehensive or sectoral privacy or data protection rules, and this in some way affect heavily the impact, the added value of DIPA in terms of protecting consumer rights, users' rights in digital environments. It's difficult to claim that DIPA could be considered a trailblazer for future cross-border data flows regulations. However, two issues deserve our attention. The first is that because of this, its modular approach and uncompromising wording, DIPA is an agreement that that arouse growing interest among different worldwide. You know, even not just in the Asia Pacific basin, you can see that this is generating some interest even in Europe, in United States, United Kingdom expressed some interest in being part of DIPA. The second is that even if no concrete commitments are made regarding data flows, this does not mean that DIPA declarations cannot have any legal relevance. On the contrary, different legal effects could derive from these declarations, especially as more countries join the agreement. In this context, it's important to consider that this treaty is inserted in a broader context, intertwined with other trade agreements in which DIPA parties are engaged, and a statement made in the DIPA could be considered in international dispute settlement, for example, even when the dispute does not emanate directly from DIPA's specific provisions. And moreover, these statements could play a significant role in resolving disputes arising from breaches of other commitments made within DIPA that are not excluded from the dispute settlement model when the crux of the matter pertains not to correct interpretation or application, for example, of Article 4.3. It's worth, in this sense, noting that while dispute settlement models do not extend to Article 4.3, the cross-border transfer of information by electronic means, it is indeed applicable to Article 4.2, protection of personal information, which, for example, states in paragraph 10 that let me check that the parties shall endeavor to mutually recognize the other parties' data protection trust marks as a valid mechanism to facilitate cross-border information transfer while protecting personal information. This is a connection. For example, if you consider the previous presentation for a previous speaker regarding the APEX system, CVPR system that's based in this trust mark, in this self certification schemes model. To sum up, regarding cross-border data flows, DIPA does not forge a new path, but rather follows the trajectory set by the US. This circumstance has a decisive impact on the added value offered by DIPA, by this digital trade agreement. And if we consider that DIPA has been specially conceived and designed as a pathfinder to influence and contribute to multilateral trade negotiations on digital trade, it's not difficult to imagine that a broad accession or a replication of these terms and provisions could end up producing a de facto harmonization under the US data governance model. Thank you very much for your attention. Well, if you want to check the full report, you can find it in the Digital Trade Alliance website. I'm going to copy in the chat section of Zoom to complete the link to this report. And well, if you have any kind of questions, please, you can see there my email, my email address. And well, I'm open to any kind of a question of comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pablo, for such a comprehensive overview. So we have first looked at a system of certification, a system where countries agree that companies can get private certification, and that certification can be used to send data across borders. That's one of the models that we have. The next model we have is a modular trade agreement, but it's not really a trade agreement. It's like a collection of individual commitments where countries can pick and mix and make their own combination. But as we've seen from the research, there are some questions as to how that modular approach works, in the sense that some of those partial commitments apparently could involve buying wholesale the previous regulatory regimes of the founding members of the DEPA, which bring us back to the fact that those are in CPTPP, in the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, and so they may not be actually that new. No? So that is the discussion. Next, we are going to look at the third model. We are going to look that is coming from this region, is something that is quite different. Is the Indo-Pacific Framework for Prosperity, which is a new kind of agreement that is not just a new type of trade agreement, it's not even technically a trade agreement. And we are going to hear a presentation online from Nan from Engage Media, which is a civil society organization very active in this whole area, in this region. So Nan, could we check if do you have access to the Zoom?
Yes. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see the slides. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Nan. I'm a digital rights project coordinator at Engage Media. We advocate for digital rights and digital safety in South and Southeast Asia. So today I'd like to talk a little bit about the IPEF. So thank you for the introduction there. Engage Media is part also of the Digital Trade Alliance. So when it comes to IPEF, or Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, this not so much trade agreement involves 14 countries, mainly the US, India, some countries in Oceania, including Japan in East Asia as well, and a lot of countries in Southeast Asia. And what's very interesting about this treaty is that the US government chairs all chapters and controls the text of the IPEF. It began a few years back, and it is expected to conclude by November 2023. Unlike other FTA, the IPEF will not offer market access and GSP privileges. The text, there are 4 pillars to this free trade agreement, and the digital trade chapter is not publicly available, and negotiation is exclusive and secretive. This also includes enforcement mechanism. Although the US will have the ability to conduct inquiries against any violations. Review of public comments processes in Australia and the US and media statements of big tech companies have raised a lot of issues by big tech companies. The issues that were raised are limit measures that restrict cross-border data flows. And secondly, prevent disclosure of source code and algorithms. And thirdly, remove any requirements for establishment of local offices and local representatives. The US-Mexico-Canada FTA, or hereby in the USMCA, explicitly cited as a baseline for commitments in the IPEF. Now, in IPEF, corporate interests dominate the US trade advisory system. 84% of US trade advisors represent business interests. 69% of those advisors represent large corporations and their trade associations. And as you can see, extensive lobbying by big tech companies are involved, and the provisions in the IPF are very big tech friendly. US trade representatives have solicited advice of big tech. We have evidence on that on the digital trade provisions. And should comparable proposals in the digital trade within the trade pillar resemble those found in the US MCA, there could be significance on the digital rights in terms of transparency, accountability, and the ability to ensure that technology is used in a way that respects digital rights. So some of the issues that I'd like to focus on is first, if IPEF leverage the model of the USMCA, it will have enforceable cross-data flows requirements, generic measures such as that of Thailand's Personal Data Protection Act. A local law will almost certainly fall foul with the USMCA's style of free flow of data provisions. Domestic measures aim at enhancing privacy and security of data, as well as providing regulatory access to data could therefore be affected by this IPEF provision. Restrictions on cross-border transfer can be used to protect the privacy, of course, and ensuring access to enforcement mechanism, particularly the EU's GDPR and numerous jurisdictions that implement specific measures on pertaining to health, telecom, and mapping or financial data. It will also enhance administrative efficiency and improve domestic law enforcement and promote economic and strategic purposes, meaning domestic capacity in cloud storage, taxation, etc. So the implications of this provision will make it difficult to introduce any domestic measures to restrict cross-border data transfer. It will narrow the scope of exceptions. Necessity and proportionality requirements are very high bars to meet in IPEF. And so the requirements for pre-transfer consent could be very hard to be met. And in the ultimate analysis, such provisions help data flow to countries where with poor data protection standards, for example, the US. And while the debate surrounding restrictions on cross-border data flow is still ongoing, because while it facilitates states to carry out certain elements of regulatory work, data localization will also impose barriers on firms for big data on cloud computing and decision-making and lower the efficiency of their operations. So there are valid concerns and arguments on both sides. Next issue that the IPEF will likely raise is the establishment of safeguard against forced source code disclosure as a condition to market access. Countries in Southeast Asia and South Asia as well are still developing regulatory responses to the use of algorithm. For example, Indonesia is now ongoing with its AI ethics policy. One tool of regulation is ensuring greater transparency and accountability over how algorithms and software in general work. With this provision, it will restrict various tools available to a state to promote competition and fairness in the digital economy. Preventing such disclosure in the future may lead to algorithmic discrimination in areas like employment policies, insurance policies, or search engine rankings, which will have an effect on the competitiveness of smaller businesses in the global south. Comparatively, the RCEP does not contain an analogous clause, and the CPTPP prohibition on disclosure only applies to source code and not on algorithms. It does not require an investigation to have been initiated or recognize that party may require modification, but in IPEF it will. And so this is a trajectory of a stricter deregulation of disclosure. And I'm quite sure that everyone is aware of the danger of algorithm non-disclosure. Of course, they will limit the ability for independent ex-ante verification of how a software product works. It can be essential to ensure that a software-based products and services function as they are meant to do, and limit the risk arising from the use of software, as well as limiting the black box issue with AI. And secrecy goes against the developing regulatory consensus on the use of AI tools. Explainability, robustness, security, and safety are key design principles put forward by the OECD AI Policy Observatory. A number of proposed laws seek to ensure pre-deployment verification of software and AI. For example, the American Data Privacy and Protection Act, which requires to conduct AI impact assessment, including design of algorithms. In USMCA, the provision has certain general exception, but ultimately it implies that source code and algorithms contained in software products cannot be accessed by a regulator until an inquiry has been initiated into and identify malpractice. And that's it's a slippery slope. It's also worth noting that the RCEP does not contain, again, the analog clause restricting the disclosure, while Article 14.17 of CPTPP applies only to, again, source code and not algorithm, but also it does not specifically limit access to source code to instance where an investigation has been initiated. So limiting the ability of parties to require changes to algorithm and source code that could be found to be biased and otherwise harm individuals is something that will likely happen should this provision be included in IPEF. The non-disclosure could also hinder the trajectory of AI regulation at the regional level and also at national level. And I'd like to also point out that here's me participating in the IPEF negotiating rounds. So as I mentioned, the negotiations are completely confidential. However, they do provide stakeholder listening sessions, to which I was a part of in the 5th round of negotiations in Bangkok. And I have raised multiple concerns regarding the violation of digital rights should IPEF take the North American Trade Agreement model and the codification of it. And I'd just like to share that after I shared my intervention at the stakeholder listening session, a U.S. trade representative from the embassy actually reached out. However, in that intervention, I specifically targeted the Thai trade representatives because it was quite clear to us that Southeast Asian nations or signatories to this trade agreement is not gaining much, but are losing more. And so I was targeting the Thai trade reps in particular on the digital rights issues. And to wrap up, the codification of USMCA-like provisions will limit the regulatory options available to the signatories to implement public or consumer interest regulation over the digital ecosystem. The free flow of data clauses poses a limit, the ability of countries to implement localization norms, and the inclusion of such clauses would allow for the continued flow of data to the US, where it would be subject to relatively lower standard of data protection norms. Additionally, provisions restricting access to source code and algorithm will limit the ability of regulators and independent entities to scrutinize and conduct external assessment or audit on the software products prior to their deployment. This has many challenges, as I mentioned before, in particular the gig economy, also, and labor issues. The limiting the ability to properly audit AI system is premature, so it could, in the future, limit attempts at ensuring safety and security and fairness of AI tools, which is something that I'd like to highlight here. And closing remarks is the FTA provisions that seek to preemptively limit the ability for states and regulators to implement public interest or consumer interest regulation in this digital space is something that it's something that we need to push back. And regulatory frameworks concerning the digital ecosystem are still in the nascent state in many Southeast Asian countries. And with technology being rapidly changing, putting these stipulations and provisions in the FTA will restrict the future trajectory of how the regulations is going to happen. So these are not merely trade matters for sure, but there are also digital rights matters and must be excluded from the IPEF and future trade agreement. And I'd just like to end with this report by the Digital Trade Alliance on understanding the IPEF. I'll be sharing the link with you in the chat. And that's me. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nat. So we are going to finish now with the presentations. We want to now give you some space for questions and opinions on this part of the session before we move into discussing the local context. But if you have any hands up? No? Everything. Okay, so one thing that I would be, I don't know if you can put my screen there. So one thing we were going to ask is if you want to, we wanted to get a sense of where, after listening to all of these things and some of the others that we wanted to get a sense of where do you think the priorities may lie. I know that not all of you will have even an opinion or an idea, you know, but we just, oh, we got a question. I think for the people in the Zoom, if you can use the microphone there, that should go. Otherwise, they won't be able to hear us. Mm-hmm.
Hello, my name is Raul Plummer from Electronic Frontier Finland. And what I heard, I think was quite terrible, that there is already like a massive trade agreement which is hindering on future implementations of algorithms and AI. That sounds like real bad. Which were the countries in this agreement? I missed that.
In the IPF, there are 14 countries. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's
Indochina.
Between, from the US all the way to India, not China. I think that's roughly the idea.
Yeah.
If I may, the IPEF include the Asia Pacific countries, Australia, Brunei, Fiji, India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, New Zealand, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Thank you.
I just like to say that IPEF is a U.S. Now the strategy, geopolitical strategy of contest to China. So excluding China and then try to make the, pro market, alliances in digital economy.
So I think that the idea following the money, clearly there is a very strong sense of, data as a purely economic asset, as driving the economy, which I think we are going to discuss later with, I think we have some colleagues here from the Europe, and we are going to discuss like the different approaches to data, but I think that yeah, it's clearly both money, but also, as Minako just said, there is also a kind of geopolitical sense, I think, in a lot of these agreements, where you see that it's not just the money, it's also like trying to create lines and affinities, and I think the way that many policymakers like to call it is like-minded countries. That is the terminology, like people who think like us. And the UK, where I live, is one of those countries that is now part of CPTPP, is joining DEPA, is joining every Asia-Pacific regime they can. So if we don't have any more questions, I think that if we can keep in mind those frameworks, and there is more, I mean, we don't want to, discuss, but there are also issues around the proposals that the Japanese government put at the G7 for the data-free flow with trust, which we cannot fully explain because no one at the moment really knows what they are in detail, or they are not codified like this, but roughly they would be a sense of all the things that we discussed. How do you create interoperability of data regimes? How can you send data? Ideally with some safeguards, but the devil is in the detail, as they say in English. It's really okay. What safeguards? Who is watching? Who is in charge of controlling the enforcing and safeguards? But I think that is the context, and I think that, as we've seen, the Asia Pacific region is right now like a hotbed of initiatives that are being taken all around the world. I mean, people in the UK, in the US, in Canada, they are looking at DEPA, for example, as a model, for example, for how the whole of the new future of trade could function, because when things get stuck, let's just make it modular. And you are looking at the certification, if it's very hard to get an European Union decision, let's go for certification. So these models are really becoming global. They are going way beyond the region. But now that if we don't have any more questions, we are going to move into the next part of the discussion, which is to try to, so we've mapped the kind of regional initiatives. Now what we want to do, we are going to do like a little tour of the region where we are going to get representatives from consumer and digital rights groups to give us a little context of what are the more pressing issues, so we can see how these regulations, will basically touch the reality on the ground in like some of the key countries. We don't have the people from all the countries, so don't feel, if you are from a country in the region and there's no one here, it's not by design, it's probably because we couldn't find, but of course feel free later on to speak. And I think the idea is that we want this to be participatory and to get your input. And same thing for our colleagues online. If you want to raise any questions, please put it in the chat, and then we will get someone to read it out for you here in the room. So we are going to start with Japan, and I'm going to give the floor to Amy Kato from Consumer Japan to start giving us an overview, and then we'll continue with Korea, and then the Philippines, and then we are going to, yeah. Okay, we are being asked about having a break. Yeah, okay, so let's do this thing. We are going to take a break because I think 3 hours, it's like, I can see that no one is as committed to the cause here to sit for 3 hours, So should we take, being realistic, should we say we'll reconvene at 1:15, and hopefully, we know who you are. If I see you out there later, there's not, and you didn't come back, I'm going to be like pointing at you. So we are going to take a little break so you can grab some water, maybe go to the restrooms, and then we'll reconvene at 1:15. Yeah? Thank you. And we'll Now, can you hear me? Yes. So in the next part of the session, we are going to have a series of short presentations, many presentations, but short and dynamic, trying to give an overview of what's going on basically in like some of the countries. So we are going to have some speakers first from Japan and South Korea, and then we are going to have also a couple more interventions around the Philippines and Europe, and then also some colleagues are going to give an overview from Taiwan via Zoom after the second, but we'll give you instructions. So without further ado, I will let our colleagues, yeah.
Thank you, Javier. Hello, everyone. My name is Kugimiya from Consumers Japan. We've heard some presentations about different models of internet governance, and now we'd like to give you some information about the issues that consumers organizations in Japan are currently focusing on. Not only digital issues, but other issues as well. Today, under the title Consumer Protection in Digital Society, I would like to talk about the current situation of consumer administration in Japan and the concerns that we as consumers organizations have regarding the digital society. I will be in charge of the first half of this presentation, and Ms. Kato will be in charge of the second half. So I will let you know in advance. There are many consumer organizations in Japan, and among them, Consumers Japan, CJ, is a federated organization that promotes collaboration and cooperation among consumer organizations. CJ deals with a wide range of topics, including digital rights, food safety, product safety, environment, clean energy, etc. CJ supports the promotion of consumer policy through workshops and advocacy activities. We also attended the consumer dialogue held for the first time at the WTO in 2019 and made recommendations regarding consumer protection in the digital society, particularly the importance of consumer redress and the need for new measures. The Global Committee within CJ promotes cooperation with CI and collaboration with overseas consumer organizations. Japan is entering a super aging society. The population aged 65 and over is 28.6%, the highest in the world. As a result, many consumer harms occur among elderly consumers, which has become a social issue. Especially in the digital field, it is necessary to increase digital literacy of older people. Additionally, the Consumer Affairs Agency has only been in place for 14 years, so it does not have a long history like the EU or the US. For this reason, Japan's consumer policy is characterized by its implementation in a reactive manner, reflecting the situation in other countries. Especially in the digital field, there are delays in the application of domestic laws. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, the wave of a super aging society is affecting consumer groups as well. The members of consumer organizations are aging, and at the same time, many of the younger generations live in households where both parents work, making it difficult to develop consumer movements as before. Consumers' lack of knowledge in terms of technology and information in the digital field. Deciding how to resolve issues in the digital field is a major challenge for consumer organizations as well.
Thank you, Etsuko. I'll continue the presentation.
For us, the internet and smartphones have now become essential tools in our lives. We use the internet every day, just like we use electricity and water. In other words, we can no longer escape from internet searches. However, it has become too late for us to realize that this phenomenon is an invasion of our privacy. In Japan, the number of users of the social networking service called LINE exceeds 95 million, and the daily active user rate is 86%. In 2021, a big problem was found out. Our communication data and photos in this application were available for viewing in 2 other countries. We, the consumers, were not informed of this. We also see a lot of unfair marketing. A law regulating stealth marketing came into effect on October 1st of this year. Stricter advertising will be required and criminal penalties will be imposed if the advertisements are malicious. However, a private survey shows only 10% of companies have completed retroactive measures, including all past posts. In order to strengthen monitoring, the Consumer Affairs Agency has set up a reporting desk and is calling for information. Also, legal measures against techniques called dark patterns are also insufficient. We see many fraudulent methods, including cases where subscription contracts are concluded without the consumer's consent, and cases where cancellation is not possible even after all efforts are made. In addition to this, there are many other problems. Virtual space laws are just beginning to be discussed. Frauds to people with disabilities within dating apps is serious. There are no borders in digital society. This makes it easy for unfair services and defective products to be supplied across borders. And of course, our private data could be compromised if there's no effective rule. In light of this situation, we must carefully consider effective cross-border consumer protection. First, we need to say that we do not accept any services that violate our privacy and security. In the unlikely event that we suffer damage, we must be able to request simple and easy remedies and disclosure. In addition, I believe some kind of legal regulation is necessary regarding terms of use that deceive consumers. We believe that consumers should actively participate in this series of deliberations and should have the opportunity to express their opinions. What we must pay close attention to is the fact that there is currently no international redress system for cross-border consumer issues. I'm always thinking about whether it would be possible to establish new international consumer protection rule that multinational companies should follow, or to create a new redress system within ISPEN, International Consumer Protection and Enforcement Network. I also think it would be a good idea to try to establish an organization within the United Nations that handles consumer protection independently. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to discuss consumer protection in the digital field with you today. I hope this presentation will contribute to the discussion. Thank you very much.
We are going to listen to the perspective of like the internet users and digital rights.
Okay. But my present. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for coming. My name is Masayuki Hatta. Let me introduce our organization. It's called Meow. And today I'd like to talk about the challenges or lesson learned in the internet activism in Japan. So this is the website of our organization. The address is meow.jp. So our organization is established in 2007. Time flies. And this organization modeled after Electric Frontier Foundation, or ORG, in the UK. So our main focus on the internet freedom and mainly freedom of speech expression, or especially copyright issues, copyright regulation issues. So we are not really a consumer organization, but our focus is overlapped with consumer organization. And sometimes we worked with Japanese really consumer organizations like Shufuren or something like that. And so what we are doing is basically submitting public comments to the government, or sending our members to government committees, something like that. So what we face was the difficulties. One is general indifference. So in Japan, and maybe in the other countries, for example, privacy issues, there is a strong sentiment of nothing to hide. So we are doing great, and we don't have nothing to hide. So some people, if some people want to hide something, they must be a criminal or something. And also, I think there is a, how can I say, systemic bias, or maybe underestimation bias, I call, because one person's data isn't worth much, so many people not really care about their privacy. But if there are many people's data increases in value exponentially. I think this is the basic mechanics of general indifference in privacy issues. And also in Japan, there are strong sentiments that avoidance of activism in general, or politics, or maybe we have really conformist culture. Also, the second challenge is a lack of mobilization skills. For example, our organization is perpetually understaffed or underfunded. We depends on the contributions, but still we don't have no paid full-time staff, because I have my day job. I'm not really full-time staff. And also, in generally speaking, in Japan, the activism, internet activism in general in Japan, not well organized. So pretty much individual efforts. And also, I think we don't have good horizontal connection. I mean, the communication between the organizations or something, quite scarce. And but there was notable exception. There was a strong anti-DNS blocking movement in 2018. We could organize a coalition among government officials, activists, academics, or ISP, or I mean private sectors. So yeah, sometimes we can organize some horizontal coalition, but not usually. Also, I think Japanese activism have some kind of political bias. I say there are too much left-wing leanings, which means there's strong sentiment of anti-government, or maybe lack of effective lobbying skills in Japanese activism sectors. And also, sometimes we suffer the lack of technical knowledge. this is quite troublesome because privacy or data governance issue is essentially technical issues or technological issues. For example, privacy issues is heavily involved with encryption or platform architecture or something like that. But if we want to understand the issue, we have to understand technical issues. And the skill set of internet activists in Japan is not really enough. So sometimes it's not enough for understanding technical details in detail. And also, I think it's I understand this is a kind of controversial stuff, but sometimes people said justice without force is powerless. So I think we sometimes need to demonstrate if we have no choice. So maybe we need more activists or more, so-called public interest technologies, which means the people who has background, both technological and political or economics backgrounds, and who really understand technology and politics. So currently we don't have this kind of people, and so this is our how can I say problem. Thank you very much.
So that was really good. I think quite a fairly broad overview of the situation in Japan from below, from consumer organizations that are working on like a very broad range of issues, but as we say, quite on a general level, to people who are at the more like technical or digital rights end, and even there expressing that there is a need for even more knowledge, for even more connections, more people to get involved, to be able to provide that vital connection between understanding the technology and being able to be effective advocates, as we said before. So now we are going to continue our tour of the region by moving to across, a little hop in the sea, and we are going to let our colleagues from Korea give us an overview, also a consumer organization, digital rights organization, to give us a broad overview.
Hello, my name is Yu Kyung-ha. I am a director from Consumers Korea. So first I'd like to thank the organizers, APC and Consumers International, for organizing this very important event. And I also, in order to give this presentation, I spoke with colleagues at Korean Progressive Network, Jimbonet, and also colleagues from Consumers Korea in order to get like a fairly general overview of what's happening in Korea. So first, so Consumers Korea is just like our colleagues in Japan said, we come from a traditional consumer organization. So we were formed 40 years ago. So back then, it was mainly women, ladies who are now grandmothers, who formed the consumer movement. It started from like food safety. We work on a variety of issues, including product safety, and environmental issues, but digital rights and, for example, financial consumer protection, digital finance, these are the areas that we want to move into, but it's very difficult to move into due to the lack of expertise in these areas. So who participates particularly in digital rights in Korea? I would like group them in three groups. One is civil rights or civil freedom organizations, which is 참여연대, or in English it's the People's Solidarity for Participatory Democracy. And then we have the digital rights or data privacy focused issues. For example, OpenNet, colleagues here, and also Jimbonet colleagues. And then we have the consumer organizations who dabble in this area, which includes Consumers Korea and Consumers Union. So we often we work in each areas, but we form coalitions. We sometimes co-sign open letters and have campaigns together, work against the legislators, work on a specific bill, or hold seminars together to form opinions. So specifically, how does the civil society participate? We participate through various ways, government committees. It could be a standing committee or ad hoc committee, task forces. What we do is we try to leverage more consumer-friendly government agencies to work on these tax right issues. So we closely work with the Korean FTC, the Korean Consumer Protection and Competition Authority, and we also work with the Data Protection Authority too. So Consumers Korea has a seat. We've had a seat at the Consumer Protection, the Data Protection Commission of Korea. So we're trying to put the consumer perspective that is built into the legislative and administrative process. And then we also do consumer research projects based on government grants. We work on, for example, grants from internet-related public institutions. We worked on a project, for example, comparing the terms and conditions of national and international big tech companies. So we read the English, Korean versions of Google, Meta, and also the Korean Naver, Kakao, the platforms. We read the terms and conditions and see how the different countries, different companies regulate their things. So what the main areas that consumer organizations currently work on is it's a wide variety of issues. One, we work on the digital economy or the platform economy in general. So for example, as I mentioned, dealing with the national, international big tech companies is one. And another area is the data protection, privacy related initiatives. And the third is, it's a budding area. It's very controversial, the developing artificial intelligence, AI laws in Korea. So we're also working a little bit in that area. So the digital economy in general, so the Korean government's view on the digital economy is basically self-regulation is the best option. That's what the current Korean administration is going for. So the previous administration was more interested in putting pieces of legislation for regulating the big tech platform economy, but that was abandoned after the change of administration. So right now it's to maximize the benefits of users, consumers through the development of technology and self-regulation of those technologies. So very recently, the Korean government announced a new digital order. So it announced the Digital Bill of Rights. It was announced around the timing of the UN General Assembly. The President Yoon did that announcement in New York, and we're also having Korea also has a partnership with NYU regarding these digital developments. So one concern that we have as consumer organizations, rights organizations, is that these digital rights, it's called Digital Bill of Rights, but it is spearheaded by the Korean Ministry of Science and ICT, the MSIT. So basically, it's the lead agency for technology development and industry development in the tech sector. So it's not the Human Rights Commission, it's not the data protection. So it's what we're concerned is consumer organizations we're kind of suspicious of what is this Bill of Rights. It actually has a lot of other, not protecting human rights is not the focus of this so-called Bill of Rights, but actually it has a lot of other components. For example, advancements in digital innovation is actually one of the biggest focus of this Bill of Rights. And so we consumer organizations also work on how to regulate the platform economy, the platform big tech companies. So we have participated in industry consumer joint council meetings in this area since this May. And also regarding the data protection, privacy initiatives, so I'll leave that to our colleagues from OpenNet. I'll just share a quick piece of developing AI legislation that consumer organizations were invited to the legislative discussions. So the current AI law that's been being discussed in Korea is pro-innovation, pro-business, and it actually writes in the current text, it's innovation is the prime consideration objective of this law. So the consumer organizations with the data rights organizations wrote an open letter against this bill, and we also had legislative discussions with the legislator, and so we stopped the bill. Of course, there's other things happening in the Korean legislature right now, so Congress is not really working very well, but these are the ways that consumer organizations are participating in this digital sector. So I do think that consumer organizations bring a unique perspective, but I think I've passed my time, so I'll just give it to the colleagues and I'll discuss later in the discussions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Song Gi-yoon. I am a researcher at OpenNet Korea. I'll briefly introduce a case that a regulatory system was put to use on big tech platforms. So Korea's Personal Information Protection Commission ordered corrective measures and imposed penalty surcharges to Google and Meta in last year September. The surcharges were 69.2 billion won to Google, which is about $70 million, and 30.8 billion won, which is like $30 million, for violating Personal Information Protection Act, Article 39-3, Paragraph 1, which is now Article 15, Paragraph 2, that prescribes that any information and communication service providers who intends to collect and use personal information of users shall notify the purpose of the collection and use of personal information or particulars of personal information to be collected, or the period for retaining and using personal information. Google and Meta did not obtain valid user consent for collecting behavioral information using SDK and pixels, and utilized collected information for targeted advertising. Third-party behavioral information is collected when users are browsing websites other than Google or Meta. Thus, ordinary users cannot expect or predict which behavioral information is collected on which websites. Especially when a platform is verifying a user and collecting third-party behavioral information, sensitive information can be created and categorized, and it enables the platforms to track all connected devices. Two companies argue that they did notify the users, but Google did not explicitly notify its users about the third-party behavioral information collection when users joined their service. Google hid it under the More Options menu in an opt-out basis. Meta's notification was very difficult to access. It was only vaguely prescribed in the preface of its data policy, and it did not notify the matters legally required, and the Commission found it a severe violation of the Act. Again, February this year, the Commission imposed another penalty for violating Personal Information Protection Act, Article 38-3, Paragraph 3, to Meta, because which prescribes that no service provider shall reject the provision of service for not providing the information that is not minimally required. Meta basically made it impossible to join the service unless the users check uh, the the opt-in for collection option, and Meta was again fined and imposed a penalty for not carrying out the previous corrective measure. That is it. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joan Son from from Korea, and the organization which is fighting for the internet freedom in South Korea. And as a digital rights organization, we have been thinking about how to coordinate the Personal Information Protection Act with human rights. So I would like to point out that emphasizing the right to self-determination of personal information and the strengthening personal information protection regulation without detailed consideration of freedom of expression can undermine freedom of expression, the right to know, and democracy in the context of Korea's situation. We can say all expressions are processing of information. If an expression is about a person, it inevitably involves the processing of a personal information. If all expressions in principle requires the permission of the data subject, this will severely curtail freedom of expression and information. The purpose of the right to self-determination of personal information and the Personal Information Protection Act is to protect individuals whose power is unbalanced with the government or a large corporation from data surveillance by those powerful. However, the mechanistic application of the Personal Information Protection Act may discourage the powerless individuals from reporting on the social injustice or public interest issue. And consumer reporting campaigns may also fall into this category. In relation to this, I will briefly explain the issue with the Korea's Personal Information Protect Act, PIPA. Firstly, a person subject to Korea's PIPA is a personal information controller, which is defined as a person who operates the personal information files as part of its business. This should be interpreted strictly considering the original purpose of the PIPA, but right to self-determination of personal information has been overemphasized and is being interpreted very comprehensively and broadly. The Korea Personal Information Protection Commission states that any collection of information can be a personal information file if its systemic arrangement can be read and business is interpreted comprehensively. Therefore, even individuals other than companies can be considered personal information controller. For example, it is believed that even if you have video recordings of the criminal activity captured by a black box or CCTV, you may be considered a personal information controller and have difficulty in sharing information vital to others' safety. And a personal information controller needs to be interpreted narrowly as a person who uses an easily searchable collection of information from numerous data subjects for business purposes, considering the original purpose of the law. Secondly, the Korean PIPA separates collection, use, and provision to third party of personal information. Only in the case of collection, in the consent of the data subject can be exempted if there is a justifiable interest of a personal information controller. In other words, this exemption from consent provision does not apply to provision to a third party. So in the case of whistleblowing for public interest, exemption may not apply. contrast to GDPR, which does not separate collection, use, and provision to third parties, but uses a single concept of processing, and exemption of public interest can be widely applied to public interest whistleblowing. As far as I know, the Japan's personal information protection law has a similar structure to Korea's. Thirdly, Korea's PIPA provides exemption for media activities. However, in context, this provision is interpreted to apply only when media organization or media companies report, and does not apply when an individual reports to a media company. The GDPR has an article, member states shall by law reconcile the right to protection of personal data pursuant to this regulation with the right to freedom of expression and information, including processing for journalistic purpose and the purpose of academic, artistic, or rhetoric expression. So reporting to the media can be also be interpreted as journalistic purposes, and is therefore more favorable to the reporting in the public interest. Against this poor legal background, the police once tried to criminally indict a whistleblower with police oppressive investigation tactics. The Korean presidential office also threatened to file a criminal complaint against the media organization diverging critical information about the office's hiring practices. And Korean Justice Ministry also threatened to file a criminal complaint against the sources of the media articles covering the justice minister's confirmation hearings, all under Korea's data protection law. In this way, it should be noted that the GDPR allows the collection of information and provision of information to third party without the consent of a data subject for public and legitimate interests, and allows exemptions for information processing for journalistic purposes. The personal information protection legislation should be improved to ensure that the right of powerless individuals to protest and report public interest through freedom of expression or right to know are not diminished. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had a good overview now of like some of the issues that are being debated, and including like the potential clashes between like the misapplication of data protection to restrict free expression in some context. Now we were going to take a remote intervention now from colleagues from Taiwan. Can we get the Zoom? Are they? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. And then afterwards we'll come back to the room. Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank
yes,
you.
can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Cindy from Open Culture Foundations. Open Culture Foundation is a local nonprofit organization that is funded by open technology communities. Based on this unique background, we aim to promote open technology such as open source, open data, and open government, and the digital rights and the internet freedom in Taiwan. With this community-based, with this community-based background, OCF is also a hub in Taiwan that connects different fields and the countries to make cross fields and the transnational cooperation happen. Because we know that if we want to build up a trustworthy digital environment and defeat digital threats, no one should be left behind. And OCF is also the APC member. And really thanks for the international consumer to having me to in this uh, event because it's pity that Taiwanese is can't register in IGF since we are not the UN member. But it's to me it's a great opportunity that I can still online and share the situations in Taiwan. And today I want to share lessons learned from the Taiwan RDR research project. It's an evidence-based digital rights advocacy to the tech sector, and I will talk later what is RDR research project. Before I talk about what is RDR research projects, I would like to address in some local challenge and opportunities to you. As Taiwan post-authoritarian context, the opportunity is that the general public are highly values freedom of speech, private sector autonomy, and limiting governmental control over the internet. I'll give you an example. In 2022, our National Communication Commissions want to have a draft digital service intermediary act. But unfortunately, it's already withdrawn because that no one is like this act. In this act, it aims to authority government agency to request informational restriction warrants and flag misinformation online. As people know that Taiwan is in the frontier of the disinformation and the misinformation. So government, so it's like the Europeans DSA Digital Service Act. The government wants to have the Digital Service Intermediate Act, but yeah, strong public backlash due to the concern about imposing censorship, and also that opposition from the tech companies. They think that the notice and the take-down liability could result in chilling effect. Another thing is that if we regulate message apps, it also could violate privacy and the freedom of correspondence. So in this case, we totally withdraw our Digital Service Intermediate Act. And the challenge is similar in the Japan situation that the previous speakers also talked about. The insufficient public awareness and understanding regarding tech companies' responsibility in safeguarding digital rights, as well as the public awareness of the privacy issues. I can give you two examples. The first one is that the surveys from the Taiwan Internet reports conducting by the Taiwan Association for Human Rights, TAR, from 2019 and 2022. 71% of people are worried about the data leaks, while only 48% of people worry about company misuse of personal data. And also that 43% of respondents false believe that a website privacy policy guarantees zero data sharing. So it's a situation in Taiwan that people are misunderstanding regarding a tech company's responsibilities. And another case is you can say the biggest communication apps in Taiwan, Line. they want to in 2018 they want to update their privacy policy in a to conform with the international standards GDPR. But unfortunately, the public people resistance to their updated, and that's because that the not too much people understanding about the GDPR. So that's the background that I want to give you to about the Taiwan situation. And then I want to talk about a report we conduct in Taiwan. It's called Digital Rights in Taiwan. And it's a ranking digital rights report that conducted by the New American Foundation. It's an American think tank. And in the previous, they conduct the global, the international version, such as on the Meta, Google, and even in the telecom industry like Vodafone and Orange Telecom. And in last year, they want to conduct the ranking digital rights in Asia. So they cooperate the partner in Taiwan, in South Korea with the OpenNet friends, also focused in the forum, and also in the Malaysia. So we are their partner to conduct the ranking digital rights in Taiwan, and we cooperate this opportunity also with the TAR, Taiwan Association for Human Rights, together to conduct this report. In our reports, we measure 20 high market share local and regional digital service in Taiwan, despite that international telecom market like Google or Meta that's already conducted by the ranking digital rights team. And we major in the four industries is the social medias and job banks, e-commerce, and the telecom. We conduct in the three domains: governance, freedom of expression, and the privacy. But the indicator in the original ranking digital rights, there are 85 indicators in the original ranking digital rights, but we only choose 29 indicators I show above in my slides. Because it's more for the local content, and it's all also for the background from the Taiwan that we are legal the privacy concerns. So we put more effort, more views on the privacy, and we want to know about our situations. And it's a view about the national level trends. It's a compare from the Taiwanese digital service and the EU and the US market digital service. As you can see that the Taiwan got a lower score than the US digital service. And it's because that we are lack of the digital rights regulations, such as like data governance and the personal data protection. So that leads to the low company compliance standards among the business. In our report, we observed that the company usually just want to do the compliance to the standard or to the local law. So we observed that if it's an international corporations such as like Shopee or the Shopee from Singapore or Leten from Japan, they will get higher score than the local company in Taiwan. Yeah, so this international company, they will follow the international laws and international compliance, so they will treat a good to our personal data and the digital rights. Also, during we conduct our research, we also have some good strategy and outcomes. In total, we got the 7 company response our report. 1 from social media platform, 5 from e-economy platform, and also that in the e-economy platform, 2 had a meeting with us, so we can have with this evidence-based report, we can have the opportunity to engage them and with this evidence-based report, and we can persuade them, we can negotiate them to improve their policy. And also that in the telecom company, 1 company also have the meeting with us and provide the feedback to us, because they also want to have a good reputation in the report. So they also provide us the feedback and try to get a good score in our report. And another good thing is that the good outcome is that 1 company, they modify their privacy policy to specify that they collect online behavior data from the users. In the previous, all the local company, they just follow our, as I said, that they just follow our local personal data laws. So they didn't show up too much what kind of data they collect. But it changes. If we use this report, we can engage with the company, and then they also change their policy. So I want to have a lesson learned in when we conducting this kind of report. The first of is that the international standards and the initiative can attract attentions with this report, and we talked to them that this is international ranking of digital rights, not only the local one, and they will pay attention on it. And another thing is that attention from the leadership level yields the best outcomes. As you know, that the leadership level has more powerful to change everything. So yes, it's also a lesson for us. And another thing is that creating peer pressure is a successful strategy. In our ranking digital rights, we do our best efforts to follow 20 companies, to do the research for the 20 companies and in the 4 fields. And with this result, we found that with the peer pressure, if they found that another company do a good job in that score, they will think about change their policy and get the better score. The last but not least is that policy change requires horizontal cooperation across company departments. In the beginning, you just think that the policy probably making by the law department, but after we engage with them, we found that maybe the CSR department will help us to push other departments to change their policy. So it needs the horizontal cooperation, and it needs you to find the key key members in the organization, in the company, and to engage with them, and maybe you can do the digital rights advocacy. Yeah, I stop in here, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. So now we have very little time, so we are going to give an opportunity to Thomas, who comes all the way from Europe, to give us, I mean, we've been hearing what's going on in the region. Now we are going to put the developments in a wider context. And I think a lot of the references have been made to what's happening in GDPR, the gold standard, what's happening in Europe. So I think we're going to let Thomas explain a little bit what's happening in Europe and how things may be seen from that side. And then, come here. That way.
Go there. Should I take you? Okay, good. Thank you so much. Just my water. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'll try to make it brief, given that we are a little bit behind schedule. My name is Thomas Lohninger, and I'm very glad that I can be here. It's my first time in Japan. It's not my first IGF, but it was really a very interesting exercise to listen and learn in all of the previous conversations. And I actually would like to, before I talk about the GDPR and the data transfers, also focus a little bit on the many similarities that I've heard, particularly in the cooperation between digital rights and consumer protection organizations. I'm executive director of an Austrian digital rights organization, and I'm also in the board of the European umbrella of almost all data protection and privacy organizations called European Digital Rights, or in short, EDRI. And very often we have exactly the same level of collaboration, where for us it is essential to align, to collaborate on any issue that is digital with consumer protection organizations, because very often we look at the same problem from different angles. We also have different channels to exercise influence, to make our case. And whenever we are in broad or rough alignment, there's a very high chance that we can at least get the essentials of the key policy through. Another thing that I also wanted to reference a little bit as an activist myself, that it always takes those moments when the issue that is formerly known as niche suddenly becomes very mainstream. In Europe, I think there was certainly the software patents or the crypto wars in the 90s and early 2000s. In my career, it was ACTA, it was data retention, it was net neutrality. And that's when you really come to the forefront. And the digital issues in general, I remember when I started my career, we had about one law in a legislative term that was truly digital. These days, in 2023, we have around 40 laws every year. And so the frequency with the digital legislation that comes out, particularly from Europe, is really overwhelming. And it's another thing that we share with our colleagues from the consumer protection world, because us small or medium-sized NGOs and they as big consumer organizations both are overwhelmed with the speed. Particularly if you then look closer and see that governments are quite clever in hiding real intentions of certain legislation. And you need to look at laws combined, like this piece looks not really critical, but if you then combine it with a second and a third law, suddenly you see the ecosystem and you see the harm, you see the human rights impact that otherwise would be hidden. Not to go, maybe to talk about the GDPR, which is always the thing that the Europeans are portrayed for. And I think it's important to stress the historical context in which the GDPR was adopted. In 2013, Edward Snowden released everything that we know today about the indiscriminate mass surveillance from the NSA. And that had a huge impact in Europe. The European Parliament itself and also high-ranking Commission officials were the target of this surveillance. And without that heightened awareness, we would probably never had a consensus for such strong safeguards. And in 2013, 14, 15, when the GDPR was adopted, human rights was really the primary objective and like the perspective that we had on this law. That's in a way no longer the case. When people now talk about these issues, we often use terms like data governance and data spheres, which is in a way to kind of erode those protections from the GDPR. The European health data space would be one example, the financial data space, where Europe is actually taking steps away from the gold standard that it once established. And we even see it in another issue that's a focus point of our work, digital public infrastructures. All the things that our governments did in the middle of the pandemic in order to cope with this emergency, and even more medium long-term digital identity, digital currencies like the digital euro, and all of these systems also need to adhere to privacy. And it's simply not done with, well, we have the GDPR and that establishes a standard. Now we have to always re-evaluate these standards and make them livable things in practice. What does it mean, privacy by design? When I have one wallet that I use for public transport, for going to the doctor and doing my taxes. But let's not just look at the GDPR itself. I also wanted to give a little bit of look back on the debate about data transfers. And here I am going to be quite Eurocentristic and only focus on the US data transfers. You all probably know Schrems 1, Schrems 2, the infamous judgments from the European Court of Justice that annulled the treaties with which Europe transfers data to the US. And it did so not from a trade perspective, but from a human rights perspective. It did not even base that decision on the lack of a real federal privacy law in the US. It was the indiscriminate mass surveillance of the NSA, where no non-US citizen has any human rights to speak of, any procedural rights to fight back against this illegal form of surveillance. That is the essence that was violated, and that's why the highest court in Europe already 2 times annulled these treaties between the EU and the US. And to coming back why trade policy still is a welcome frame to have these discussions, we are now on the pathway for Privacy Shield 2.0, so a new treaty between the US and Europe. And that treaty was announced in a trip of American President Joe Biden to Brussels to meet with Ursula von der Leyen, the head of the European Commission. And that meeting basically had 2 points. One is, oh, we're going to do Privacy Shield 2.0. And the other one was, oh, there's this great deal for American LNG, liquid nitrogen gas, that the US is producing that is now shipped to Europe in a time where the situation, because of the illegal war of aggression from Russia in Ukraine, was actually having a huge impact on the energy situation. And so you could really say that the human rights of Europeans were traded away to have cheaper energy. And that is, in a way, I would say, not living up to the standards that I, as a European citizen, would want our governments to be accountable to, and certainly not the ones that I, as a member of civil society, will hold them accountable to. But it shows in a way that we really have to focus on the human rights essence of data protection, of anything digital, because it needs to come from the human, it needs to be human-centric and not centered on business interests, on government interests, on what's technologically possible, feasible, or interesting. We need to focus on the human impact. That's how we can guide good governance and good policy. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 15 minutes left of the, so obviously questions, comments from the floor, anyone? Otherwise, the one thing that we definitely would like to talk about is how can we start coordinating. So I mean, we do have some ideas of trying to organize and continue. We saw from our colleagues from Engage Media that were going to the IPEF as a civil society delegation, even if they were not able to access the room. You know, they were still talking to the policymakers. We have, you know, other spaces. I mean, we did a little online poll, which I'm not going to try to connect it back to the projector. It will look nicer, you know, but just to avoid. But basically, the majority of people who responded say that the priority for civil society engagement on data governance, and that was the barcode, the QR code we put before, and most people are saying that the cross-border privacy rules, CVPR, are a priority, and also the G20, you know, digital track, which is something that Consumers International is actually working on in Brazil next year. We have another And then also the WTO and digital trade, which we didn't discuss, that is also quite a big priority. So in terms of, something that I think it would be quite important is to find a way for civil society and consumer organizations to engage with the cross-border privacy rules. There was a meeting, I will add that there was a meeting in London a few months ago of the global CBPR, the forum. It was taking place as the Minister for Data Protection was announcing like massive reforms to the UK data protection framework to move away from GDPR, and they didn't mention in Parliament. It was the day when they had full day Q&A on data protection reform. The ministers did not mention that, though at the same time there was a global meeting of the CBPR and that the UK was applying to be part of this other regime, which would have been obviously a massive discussion in Parliament. So given that, that is the level of public discussion and participation that we have in the UK at the moment, about the global CBPR, so, which is like basically nothing. We found out, I had to go into the website of the US Trade Department and find that they had an announcement that the UK and that there was a meeting and the UK was applying. Obviously, they jumped the gun on the UK PR, and we found out through the US, basically, government. So I think that in this context of very low participation, high impacts, one of the things that would be quite interesting for us to discuss is how can we collaborate, with civil society organizations to try to intervene, trying to talk to the governments leading. At the moment, it's like the US is quite strong, but there are many other countries now involved, so I think that it may be even more useful to find advocates in smaller countries where you can have easier access, and in theory they have a vote there as well. We can get access to the next round of negotiations. They do have a calendar, and just to say that the global CBPR is gearing up. It has gone from a first year where it was an idea, where now there is a charter, there is and they are actually setting up a permanent secretariat. So I think that particularly a focus on CBPR, that would be quite useful. So we are going to be talking about it. We only have 10 minutes here, so if we, we are not going to put you on the spot to now say, whether you want. Oh, we got someone want to speak.
Hey there. Name is Raul Plummer from Electronic Frontier Finland, and I only heard about the DFFT first time today, and after this session, I'm starting to get really concerned that all these international trade agreements are going to erode our human rights. And I was wondering, is there any kind of mechanism to, let's say, punish the US if they let us down with the trust again? They've already done it, and if we're thinking of 2.0, what's the sort of repercussions for not respecting that trust agreement again? And how trustworthy can it really be if there's no mechanism to sort of slash them somehow?
Yeah, that's I think that is a really great point, which is, I think that the question is, how do we get mechanisms that actually have enforcement, and that, I think that at the point with the US is a particular problem because the refusal to create comprehensive privacy laws, it's dragging everyone else, and it's dragging pretty much like the whole Pacific region, and even as we discussed, like the Europe. So I think that this is, but the sense that we get from colleagues in the US is that there is a very strong movement of civil society and consumer groups advocating for stronger privacy protections inside the US. So I think that my view on this, I think that would be the discussion, is that the best thing we can do is to really work with organizations in the US to try to get domestic reforms while showing from all around the world that actually they are the ones that are going to be in the minority. And at the moment, the US is trying to divide, to use really the Asia-Pacific region to divide and say, look, Europeans are the people that care about privacy. This is all region about business and the future, and robots taking care of all people and, things. And we don't need data protection from Europe. And I think that at the moment, what would be more interesting is to say, look, everyone around the world cares about consumer rights, and if you don't jump in, you are going to be the ones that are standing out. So I think it's about moving the lines of consensus and putting them in the minority, which is precisely what we're trying to do here. So, yeah, please. Do you want to speak in the microphone so they can hear you?
I'll speak into the microphone. So, hi everyone. My name is Burcu Kılıç, and if you don't know me, I've been talking about trade for a while. I think last 10 years. You probably heard me talking about the digital trade rules in last IGFs, and I'm the founder of the Digital Trade Alliance. I'm no longer with the alliance, but. I have few notes here because I've been listening to all the discussion, and this is really great because this is what we try to do all those years, and it's really great to see all these familiar faces working on trade, on digital trade now. But I just want to clarify a few things like that with the IPF. I know it's a big deal now. It's a very big deal here in the region, and the rules are I think the U.S. tax it's not USMCA, it's USMCA minus, which is really good, and that's why the industry is not happy in the U.S. And I think I can say that this is what I've been hearing in DC, that they gave up on IPF because they know that they are not gonna get what they want. But there is another agreement which we didn't talk today, the WTO. And I think I really want to bring the attention to your attention to the WTO, because they can't make progress in the WTO because of Europe. The US and Europe, the privacy exception, because there is that rule on free flows, right? And then there is an exception. That's how the trade agreements work. And all these discussions we are having, data flows with trust. It's nothing. It's a distraction. The main issue for us is the exception, and the EU has an exception language, which they came up a few years ago. No, it's 2016. And it's in the EU FTAs. And I know that, for instance, Korea has it in the EU FTA. And the Japan FTA it has a placeholder, but they want to introduce a new exception there. So the problem is the EU, and they can make progress in the WTO. But what's happening now is that's what I've been hearing from Europe. They are trying to change the European position, because if they get the Europe on board, they can sign that agreement in the WTO, and it will be binding, but also enforceable, and that's the problem with the trade agreements. They are binding, but they are also enforceable, because if you don't comply with your trade obligations, you end up getting sanctions from the US and other trade partners. So that's why it's very important that we pay attention to these rules, especially to the WTO and to Europeans in the room. We really need you all on our side, because Europe has been resisting. Europe has been keeping its position on privacy exception. But what I've been hearing is there's so much pushback coming from not only the industry, but also some of the European countries, to revise the language. So I just wanted to give you an update on what's going on. So the IPEF is still a problem, but focus on IPEF, but don't think that nothing is happening in the WTO.
Thanks, Burcu. Yeah, I think that was, just to clarify, the meeting today, we were looking at initiatives coming from the Asia-Pacific region. It's not the only thing that is happening. There is the WTO. WTO joint statement initiative on digital trade or e-commerce is an attempt to try to consolidate some of the rules that you find in Asia-Pacific digital trade agreements around the free flow of data and minimum levels of data protection potentially, to make it global, to bring them to across all of the countries of the WTO, or at least, complication, technically not all, but to make it like a new standard. So yeah, that's something else. I think that we are really out of time. I think that someone came in with a sign, and I think that we got people who are trying to come into the next session. So we are going to probably we'll leave the room so we can, but we are going to stand just outside if you want to come and talk to us about how you can collaborate, or you want to find out more information, get URLs for the report, will be, and thank you so much for staying. It's a very long session, there was a lot of information to digest, so we'll also, I will be very happy to follow up, send you written materials or answer any questions. Thank you again for coming. Thank you.